Good sunny day, everyone. It's me, your friendly intergalactic sun prince of the sun, Enyou Solaris to Moshimas. You can also call me Solaris or Soul. I forgot my name for a second. I don't got my thinking brain on right now. I got my anime brain on. I don't got my thinking about anything other than anime brain on right now. I can think, but I can only think in relation to anime. Hi, what's up? We're talking about Witch Hat Atelier, which is how it's pronounced. I asked my friend who speaks French. I mean, okay, I've seen him speak French in person at least once. Media literacy 100%, everything else 0%. Now you understand. We're talking about Witch Hat Atelier. I don't know how to tell you this. It's really good. I mean, spoiler alert, I think the anime is really good. I think highly acclaimed anime is worth all the hype. See, I'm not just a contrarian. I can appreciate good things when they're good. But yeah, no, this is just it's a very good anime. If you want to know what it's about, don't worry about it. That's a spoiler. We're in the spoiler-free section. I've written my notes for the spoiler-free intro on a very carefully, because the base concept, the overall large concept of the show is a spoiler. So it makes it a little difficult to talk about the show like that, but we're gonna do our best. It is a very it's a magical show, okay? There is magic. That's not a spoiler. The fact that there is magic is not a spoiler. It's a magical show, and where characters learn about themselves and they go on adventures and everything. I was gonna say everything is a great time, but no, sometimes this anime very much pivots between fun, whimsical fantasy. Ooh, wow, look at what magic can do. It's so pretty. Oh my gosh, is that a little bird with 18 wings? That's so cool. What is the awe of the world? And then all of a sudden they'll just stumble onto some fun Cthulhu-ass horror. This anime switches between whimsy and horror on a dime. You don't understand. And it makes it very fun. What a time only to be here for no spoilers portion. To only be here for the no spoilers portion. Well, you're in just, if you don't know about the show, you're in just, you got it. But yeah, I think the two biggest strengths of this show are the complex characters and interesting magic system. I think are the two, other than the general tone, which is very not one it is not flat in its tone. And if you know me, you know that I hate flat tones in stories. Even if that one tone is very good, either slice of lifey or just horror or just action comedy, whatever, even if the tone is done very well, it's hard for that to carry on for a full series, and it becomes very flat. This show, anything but flat. Literally, this show is not afraid to upend everything you know at the turn of a second, at the turn of a dime. I don't know what the fudge I'm talking about with that. It is very quick to flip everything on its head. And which makes it difficult to get comfortable with this show, but it makes it really engaging and gripping and really easy to watch to the end. The way it effortlessly switches between comedy, whimsy of the magical world, and just pure horror. It gives depth to the world, the characters, and just everything. Because the world can either have whimsy or just be horrifying, and then the characters can also be goofy and serious at the same time. Just like in Kid Icarus Uprising, my favorite video game of all time. But yeah, I think that's the real, like, I talk about the cool world building and the interesting characters, but that's like the backbone that really makes the show like good, is how like willing to not to, as soon as you think you're comfortable, that you're thrown off and you're going down another crazy spiral, and then just when you think you got used to that, it just goes down another. It's crazy. I wouldn't necessarily call it a thriller per se, because it's not like 24/7 twists and turns, because that would also be flat. No, like sometimes the show is like cool, fun, whimsical, slice of life, magical adventure, and then sometimes be gone, bot. And then sometimes it's just like a thriller horror show. Like, it's kind of crazy. But don't get me wrong, the complex characters are very cool. Like, the main character's relationship to magic is complex and varied. Is that a spoiler? Probably not. And then Keyfree is also, like, he has like two very distinct sides to his personality, but they don't like contradict each other. Like, they kind of like work in opposition to each other, but also like at the same time with each other. Like, he's a very interesting character. It's another one, and also all the other characters are also like have their own drama and baggage attached to them. It's another one of those shows where everyone in the show needs to go to therapy. And you know what? The more that I think about that statement, the more I'm like, that's a good thing. How do I highlight the parts that of my notes that I've already read? Okay, here we go. So the show starts off right away. We're still not getting into spoilers. We're just talking about the show's thesis statements. You ever think that Cruel Angel ever finished its thesis and got its masters? You want to know about do you ever think about that one? Anyway, so it starts by asking, are you born as something or do you grow into it? Like, is an athlete born an athlete? Or is a ballerina born a ballerina, or at some point during your life you become an athlete or a ballerina? Like, what is the difference between something being innately true to your character versus something that you can grow and learn to be? I think you could be whatever you want to be. If you wanna ask my quick question of the thesis statement, you can be whatever you want to be. But also, if you want to be that thing, does that mean that you are always, is free will a lie? Like, if you want, like, okay, like, let's say you want to be an athlete and you say, I want to be an athlete. Were you always from birth predestined to want to be an athlete and then become an athlete? Is free will a lie? Anyway, we're not talking about that right now. My overall thing is like, I don't think the show is really talking about free will. I think the show is just talking about, like, do you need to be born into greatness, or do you need to, like, can you change are the circumstances of one's birth relevant? And as we all know, Mewtwo says that the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It's what you do with the gift of life that makes you who you are. Actual quote from Mewtwo in Pokemon the movie. But, I also know that, like, reality exists, and that, you know, if, like, for going back to the athlete example, like, if you don't have access to, like, like training equipment or like a court or a field or like supplies that you need, then that it might make it harder depending on the circumstance. But I think even though it might take more effort, I think you can be whatever you want to be. There you go. There's my motivational. It might be hard depending on your circumstances, yes, but you know, with enough hard work and determination, you could be whatever you want to be. Again, just might be a little hard. But hey, nothing difficult in life. Everything in that is difficult is worth doing. It's not fun if it's easy. If you just had the ability to create orange juice, then where would be the fun? Would that be more fun than the process of having to go to grow a little orange tree and picking the orange and then grinding it yourself? Like, doesn't the experience? We're going way off subject already. My notes are already, for anyone keeping track at home, my notes this time around are 2,000 words, which is not as long as the Bloom Enyou discussion, but still twice as long as the last discussion that I did, which was Ganbatte Nakamura-kun. So yeah, that's and the show, I think that's a larger aspect of the show, but the show does touch on that a couple little times, and we will go into more detail as we exit the spoiler-free intro. I think I said this before, but I like the characters, and the main character being Coco is very good. She threatens being she walks the line of being kind of a generic character, because she's like being introduced. She's like the character that is like being introduced, and everyone she's the character that's like, hey, we need an explanation for what's going on, and the character is like, okay, I will explain what's going on to you and also the viewer. But even then, she has her own like trauma, and we'll talk about that more as we go into the spoiler-free section. I'm gonna die. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. I just had to die real fast. Don't worry, I got better though. I think we're gonna... I also like Key-Free. We talked about Key-Free. Pronounced Key-Free, spelled Q-I-F-R-E-Y. I would pull up a picture of them, but I don't know. I can't pull up one picture at a time. I have to scroll through. And I don't want spoilers, so you know how it goes. But yeah, he's a good like mentor character. And I like the two sides to his personality. We talked about this already. I might have edited the first half of these notes without editing the second half of these notes, so I might be repeating things. Also, something I will touch on here and go to further detail after we leave the spoiler-free section. I like the show's views on disability, because there's a lot of like media is just like, oh no, I would like to do this thing, but I'm disabled, and then they have this thing to be where they like overcome, they like fix their disability, or they fight against their disability, and are able to do things like in spite of their disability. But, you know, the show does like F that. So disability is not something to be like fixed or fought against. It is a part of you as much as everything else is, and it's something that you can work with to do the things that you want to do. You can work with the disability and the unique perspective that you have as a person with that disability in order to like... It's never saying that like a disability is a good thing, but you know, it's saying that like it's not something that like necessarily can be fixed or fought against, but something that you can work with to do the things that you want to do. I'll go more in the spoiler section, But I just wanted to point that out because disability is not something that anime and or a lot of media in general do very well with, so I just wanted to point that out. And also I just want to and then I just want to here's some also random things that I found cool about the show that aren't spoilers. If you want to know why the direction is so like interesting and like it's good, but not like in the traditional sense that it's good, but like it's very like it knows how to go off beats, and I think it's because who did this? The director also directed Mysterious Girlfriend X and Kimi wa Meido-sama, which are two very off-kilter romance shows. Very obscure romance anime with interesting, serious, but at the same time kind of chill tone. So I think it really fits this, I don't know, it's like when I first saw that, I'm like, what the fudge? Why are you, directing a popular fantasy anime? And then I watched it and I'm like, oh, I get it now. Because that like chill and serious tone, that varied tone is very helpful for presenting the type of show that it is the show. You know what I mean? And he's only 59 years old. He directed this show and he's only 59 years old. Can you believe that? And yeah, as I said, the author of the original manga is based because she has a Blue Sky account and made a Happy Pride Month post. Which those characters have not, that are in that post, have not necessarily shown up at all. But don't worry about it. Because where can I find that picture for people who are viewing the podcast? Yeah, here it is. Because I think these are like part of the police people, and they're just kind of like, they've been in the background so far, but I'm sure they will do more later on. Because there are also like a lot of characters that get spotlights. And again, it's only 12 episodes long right now, so yeah. And also with the linguistics of the show, the name is Witch Hat Atelier. And Azarad, who speaks French, says Atelier means, quote, workshop or anything like that where you make stuff in. So it basically means workshop, but it can be used for like any variety of things, of like a place where one makes things, like making magic, for example. It also says it's pronounced Atelier, Atelier, Atelier. In Japanese, it's Tongari Boshi Atelier. Which Tongari Boshi literally just means pointy hat, like the pointy hat that I have. By the way, I never mentioned this, but I have the witch hat, the titular witch hat, in my possession. I stole it. I'm sorry. I did not earn this witch hat. I did not earn this Tongari Boshi, but I like it. It's fun. I like making dumb assets for one stream. Also, another interesting thing, I watched the dub, and yes, I love how the dub has non-American accents. It goes, cause like, it's not just that they just like, oh, they have a bunch of crazy British accents for the sake of having British accents. They kind of do like the Xenoblade approach, where like different fictional regions have different like real world accents. So like people from like the same town will all speak with the same accent, but like if somebody is from like a faraway place, then they'll have like a different accent. You know? But it's a lot of like non-American accents. Like, what did we say last time? The pink-haired girl was from Belgium. And there's like, yeah, they got a lot of like also not American like voice actors, which, you know, I like dubs, but having the same like 5 people from Texas in every single dub does get grating from time to time. So it is nice that they actually like you know, they kind of went a little above and beyond for this dub. And I think it adds to the, it gives it a unique flavor, and it really adds to the magicalness of the world. Not necessarily magicalness, but it gives the characters more variety, where like you can tell that they are not necessarily like from the same town. Not everyone talks like they were born in Texas, in the same town in Texas or California or New York or whatever. Again, what I was saying earlier about how like characters with different accents are like literally from different fictional places. And dubs do not do that. But like even Japanese dubs do have different accents in a way, with the different like dialects of Japanese. I know that there are different like American accents, but like anime doesn't do that either. Again, mostly it's just like, oh, you broke my magical stone. Be prepared to die, villain. You know, everyone just kind of talks like that. But so it's nice to see some variety. But what I was starting to say from that was, in the dub, they just call people who can use magic witches, regardless of gender, which I find a little weird, because they're like, hey, that guy's a witch. And I'm like, is witch gendered in English? I'm now starting to question this. But in the dub, anyone who can use magic is a witch. I don't know why they didn't call them pointed hat people or whatever. Like, the witch hat Tongari Boshi is in the title of the show, but the pointed hat is not necessarily super plot relevant, at least from season 1. But so in the dub, they call everyone who can use magic witches, regardless of gender. But the Japanese uses mahoskai, which is the more gender neutral, like literally magic user. So I thought that was interesting, because you could say like magician, I guess would be the closest gender neutral word in English, meaning someone who can use magic. But when you say magician, you mean like, haha, is this your card? Kind of magician, which in Japanese has a different word, tejina. Anyway, unrelated note. So I just found that interesting, the liberties that the dub takes. And again, changing Tongari Boshi, which Tongari Boshi literally just means pointy hats, which, yes, is referring to witches' hats, but just changing that to witch hat makes it roll off the tongue. And then Atelier is just Atelier, a very like borrowed word that means atelier. So yeah, that's fun. Other random notes. I like the storybook imagery the show uses. Like, because this is very much like especially in the early episodes, they kind of drop it later, but especially in the early episodes, it has a very much of a storybook aesthetic, where like each episode starts off with like a book opening up and like there being like a little like illustration, an old-timey picture book illustration of what's happening in the show, and then at the end like the book closes. That's fun. But again, the show kind of forgot to do it. Just kind of got lazy about it at some point. Which is interesting, because I heard that the production for this show was like done, it's like one of those shows that was like done before it started airing. So you would think that they wouldn't get like lazy halfway through production, because usually like how anime is released is they release the first couple episodes. They have the first couple episodes done, and then while that's releasing, they just like are like barely keeping their heads above water by like releasing making the episode and releasing it at, like as soon as they finish it, basically. But for this one, that I did hear that it was like finished, like they just took like 2 years, and then they were like, okay, it's done, and then release it week by week. And it works, like, because definitely, like, it still had that thing of anime, that thing that anime does sometimes, where, like, the first couple episodes are really well animated, and it kind of drops off a little bit after that. But and this show does have that too, but not as bad. Like, still the last couple of episodes still had like really cool, like, good looking shots, and we're just like generally like well done. It's a high quality anime is what I'm trying to say. Like, is it perfect? Is it like 100% consistent all the way through? Obviously no. But it's not like regular everyday TV anime bad either. Nuance on the internet, that's crazy. Speaking of things on the internet that people do a lot, I lied. Also, quick thing before we leave the spoiler-free intro. I think at one point in time I said that this anime's opening had AI generated backgrounds and that they removed it due to fan outrage. If I said that, that was wrong. I was 100% wrong. Because that did happen, but it wasn't this fantasy show. It was a different fantasy show. That was Adolescence of a Bookworm. Ascendance? I always read that as Adolescence. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Ascendance of a Bookworm. I think season 4 had that problem. Where it had AI generated backgrounds in one of the openings. And people got mad and they fixed it. And the studio claimed that they were like, oh, we don't condone the use of AI. That was just, you know, one rogue illustrator who did that, and we'll make sure that they don't do that again. But do we believe them? Because that's really easy to say if you're just like, oh, let's just test this and see how people react. And if they react negatively, we'll just pretend it was an accident. I don't know. Anyway, but either way, it's still better than outright saying that you want to use AI. I mean, so, you know, the bar is very low as far as generative AI is concerned. Like, as long as you aren't bragging about how much you use it and how great it is, like, as long as you're not doing that, I'm happy. I would like that. Cause, like, you know, at the same time, like, you know, I would prefer if people were just like, oh, murder is wrong, don't do murder. But as long as you're not actively going around killing anyone, I mean, you know how that sounds? Anyway, I don't know how this ending ended with a rant about Gen AI, but here we are. Gen AI sucks. Support artists who make art. But no, there's no AI in this show. That was a Ascendant of a Bookworm. And listen, I'll believe them. My bar is low, but I'll believe them that was just a thing that slipped through the cracks and that it won't happen again. Because again, that's better than just them being like, well, actually, it's a good thing that we murdered all those people, actually. If you think about it, it's like, it's the future. The investors want it. The investors want it. You weren't using any of those. You know what? Don't worry about it. Anyway, too long, didn't read. Show is good. Complex characters, and how those complex characters like butt heads with each other. Interesting magic system. Varied with its tone. Generally high quality. Very gripping. It's a good show, and it has a really good dub that has a lot of like non-traditional voice actors, and I think it adds to the show, so it's very good. I like it a lot. Now let's talk about the part where everyone dies. But yeah, if you're only here for the no spoiler section, goodbye. And if you're watching a YouTube video and you want to see the spoiler section, it is linked in the description. If I decide to upload this as a YouTube video, a 30-minute YouTube video. But yeah, thanks for watching. Full thing is linked in the description. Also like the video to help support. Also eat a pie. Also, where's the stop recording button? I found it. Okay, now Tevin can show up now that we've finished the spoiler-free intro. I wish I could, but there's no way to perfectly center this because these are just two separate images I have on top of each other, and not like I'm not doing anything fancy with it. So if you care about spoilers, goodbye. But if you don't care about spoilers, or if you've seen the show, preferably you've seen the show, but I'd be okay. Like, I know a lot of people don't, some people don't care about spoilers. Like, I've been spoiled to hell back on shows, and I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. I should watch that show, and I ended up watching the show and still liking it, so. Spoilers, for me, sometimes don't ruin the show. It just makes it more interesting and makes me actually go watch it. So that's a good thing. We'll just keep going. Hold on. Hold on. Don't look at that yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Give me a second. We're in the spoiler section, but we will not try to, I will try not to spoiler episodes that are beyond the episodes that we are covering. So like generally in my streams there's like a no spoiler rule, and that is true for, yeah, no spoilers except for the things that we have covered up until now. So now you can spoil things that have happened in episode 1, 2, or 3, but not beyond that. Does that make sense? Like if I'm playing a video game and we're on like level 4, you can chat spoilers about level 1, 2, and 3, and 4, but not about things that haven't happened yet. Does that make sense? I've been trying to figure out a way to like write that concisely. Also, I have 800 screenshots. just so you're aware. So we are out of the, hold on. Is that, how bad is that? How bad is that? Because I'm hot and dying. And dying. Hello, this is me talking at a normal speaking volume. Oh, this is me talking at a normal speaking volume. Oh, this is me. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. We'll take that. Whatever. Screw it. I need the fan. Because, AC is fixed in my place, but not like 100. It's still not great. Because what happened is that it was apparently that they overworked the AC and it got tired. And that's what broke it. So they're like, okay, so it doesn't break again. We're going to have it set at 1 billion degrees. So then we don't have to overwork the AC and it won't break anymore. And I'm like, I would like a little less numbers than that. I would like a little less numbers to be on the thermostat than that would be fantastic. But you know, it's just a me thing. Anyway, also for anyone keeping track at home, this anime does not use the opening in episode 1, which I like. I want to say I'm not keeping track. That's why I said for those keeping track at home. Oh wait, no, I did keep track. For those keeping track, in the last 3 anime I've watched, 2 did not have the opening in the first episode. So we're 2 for 3. Because Bloom into You didn't have the opening in the first episode. Nakamura-kun had the opening in the first episode, and Witch Hat didn't have the opening in the first episode. And again, as I talked about before, I like not having the episode in the first opening because the opening kind of like best case scenario, I don't care about the opening because I haven't even seen the show yet, and worst case, it spoils a lot of things. And seeing as there was a giant plot twist at the end of episode 1, yeah, I would say that it's probably a good thing that they did not have the opening at the beginning of episode 1. But yeah, so they talk about like, oh, are you born an athlete or do you become an athlete? And the same thing with an astronaut or a pop star. And I'm like, you live in a fantasy world. How do you know what an astronaut or pop star is? Who's supposed to be talking here? Because we see the main character here, but like she can't be talking, because how does she know what an astronaut or pop star is, or an athlete? Those jobs did not exist in old-timey place. So I don't understand what's with the animals in this show, because sometimes we just get like relatively normal animals over here, like this deer. But then sometimes, oh frick, I messed up my windows. Yeah, sometimes we get normal looking things like this deer, and then sometimes we just like get like random nonsense of like, oh, here's a penguin with 15 heads, and they're like, wow, a floppin' fin. I've always wanted to see one of these in real life. But yeah, she washes her clothes in the thing, and the deer is like, hey, why'd you just put a bunch of crap in my water? And she's like, it's fine, it's magic water, so it goes back to normal. Isn't that great? What the fuck are these things? I don't know what these things are, because I was like, oh yeah, that thing's like a deer or whatever. I don't know, it has long ears. Sure, there's deer with long ears. I don't know what the fudge these things are. And then there's also a Pegasus with, but instead of having wings, it has ears for wings. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the story starts out with Coco, like, wanting to be a witch ever since she got, like, a magic picture book from a masked witch. But she's like, oh, you have to have the power, you have to have the potential, you have to have the inner power to become a witch. You don't have the powers of a soul reaper, I mean a witch yet. And then she meets a witch, and then he gets like gravely injured, and then he has to like, she gets her witch powers from him. That's the big spoiler, no. That's not that might not be what happens. We've had a Bleach thing and a Sonic discussion here so far. Although I think the Sonic mention was in the starting screen that I'm cutting out, so never mind. We have not mentioned Sonic yet. Other than, gotta go fast! Are you born the world's fastest hedgehog in the entire world, or do you grow up into being the world's fastest hedgehog? Was Sonic fast from the start, or did he have to train? I don't know. A lot of scantily canon material disagrees on that one. Because there's some places where like, yeah, Sonic's always been blue and had shoes that go and he runs fast, and sometimes they're like, oh, actually he was a regular hedgehog and he got mutated, and then sometimes it was like, oh, he's from Christmas Island and he got his shoes from Santa Claus. Don't worry about it. Anyway, there's your Sonic mention for the stream. So this thing crashes down, and they're like, hey, is there any witch that can help me fix my carts? And he's like, hey, I happen to be a witch. This is Keyfree. He's kind of hot. Listen, I'm just saying, objectively speaking, the show portrays him as being hot. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so, she's like, oh my god, a real witch! Ma, can we make a thing for the witch? Cause, like, she's like a carpenter or something? I'm not sure. She makes fabrics. So, Keyfree's like, hey, I need this fabric, and Coco, the main character, is like, sure! And so she draws out, like, the little measurements, and then she makes the little line cuts. And she's like, and Keyfree's like, that's very impressive, that your fabric skills are quite good. I think that's real magic. And Coco's like, what the fudge are you talking about? See, look, it's shots like these, or like he's smiling and like there's like blurred, like, you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? And so he's like, yeah, you know, what creating something with a skill that you've honed for years, that's real magic. Not necessarily foreshadowing what the nature of magic is in the show. But yeah, so here she explains, like, there was a little masked witch, and he sold me a little picture book. And also this part where the ground was magical and she stepped on it and it lights up, and so basically Coco's loved magic ever since she was little, but she could not use magic because she wasn't born with it, and only specific types of people are born with the ability to use magic. And I'm not being subtle, but I already told you, we're in the spoiler section. So my lack of subtlety is fine here. Anyway, here's some random background characters that never appear again. Because the show does do a thing where, like, episode 1 is not what the rest of the show is about. It's a very good episode 1, but it is not what the rest of the show is about. Anyway, he's like, hi, I'm a witch, indicated by the fact that I have a hat. And I'm like, yeah, I can use sun magic. I'm a witch. Sure, I'll steal your hat. That's why I have my asset. Anyway, so he's like, hey, I can fix this little wheel, but I have to do it in private because I can't do it out in public. I can't be seen using magic. Sorry. So he's like, can I borrow a workspace in private? And he's like, watch the door, make sure no one watches me use this magic. And I'm like, that's a little suspicious. But, you know, maybe he's just a little camera shy and can't do magic. He has performance anxiety. You look at him, he definitely doesn't have any performance anxiety. Anyway, who said that? Listen, I'm just saying, objectively speaking, Keyfree is hot. Like, I'm just saying, the show portrays him as being attractive. That's all I'm saying. You see, they have little camera angles like this where, like, they have the little glitter, they have the little sparkles and the blurred camera, and he's like, says like a cool thing and like does a little sexy little smile. Like, I'm just saying, he's objectively hot. Anyway, what were we talking about? Hold on, can I do this? No. I'm sorry, you can do whatever you want to do. You don't believe me yet? Just keep looking at the screenshots, you'll see. And anyone who's seen the show will know what I mean. Which you've all seen the show, as you're here anyway. Anyway, so he's like, make sure nobody sees me, and she's like, oh, fine. I'll wait, I'll see, Where's my, okay, highlighter? That is not the right color. Okay. I have to highlight everything the same color. It drives my, perfectionism up a wall. So she has a little thing, and they're like, oh, we're gonna go sneak on him and using magic, and she's like, oh, never mind, we can't sneak in on him using magic. I don't know what magic is like. Anyway, so later she finds by herself, she sees magic, and she's like, ooh, I don't want to see, but I kind of want to see a little. Again, I like the directing. Anyway, so she finds out, big spoiler, magic is just writing symbols. That is the big plot twist that we find out in episode 1. She's like, wait, he's doing magic? He's just, oh my gosh, I'll be right back.
電信柱の上でスズメが123はなんやかんや踊っているよスズメがはあ
I'm back. Hold on, let me fix everything the way it was. Okay, I can't fix everything the way it was. What the fudge is this? Oh. Where am I? Okay, I fixed it. I've spent the last like 10 minutes trying to figure out the source of that noise, cause like I listened back to it on the stream. It was a very distinctive dunk dunk, but like I'm looking around, there's nothing. There's nothing. I thought it was like a knock. I thought it was the fudging like a knock on the door, like the Witches Association being like, we got it. Are you revealing the secrets of magic in there? Like, no, it was nothing. I looked around. There's literally nothing. And I looked for things that like fell. Like, did the door open? Did this closet door open and make that noise? That's not the sound. That's not the sound that happened. I don't know. Shit's haunted. Anyway. So half of that, okay, a third of that time was spent investigating the sound. Another third of that time was me being freaked out because I'm like, what the fudge was that? If I don't know what it was, am I haunted? And then another third of that time was me trying to find my BRB DVD. Anyway, don't worry, it's fine. I have no live viewers and I can edit that out of the VOD. So, the secret of magic. So, you know, Coco was taught, like, oh, you know, magic is something you have to be born with. You know, you don't have the aptitude for magic. You'll never be able to do magic. She looks at this. She's like, this is bullshit. The secret of magic is just writing circles. What is this nonsense? And like because Keyfree sits here and he draws a circle and wow, it's crazy. And then he goes back to be like, oh, you making sure that nobody's watching me? And she's like, okay, yeah, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, nobody's looking at you. Because she had to run from her hiding spot. Anyway, then Keyfree leaves and I'm like, okay, bye. Is that a thing I say in my streams? Because there were several times watching this anime where a character just kind of turned around and left and I said, okay, bye, out loud to myself. Is that a thing that I say in my streams? I don't remember. But I just thought it was very funny where I'm just like, okay, bye. I think that's 100%. That's a thing I've said in my streams before. Anyway, so at this moment, the mom was like, oh, I'm worried that you wanted to go out on an adventure with him. And Coco was like, haha, I can't. I'm not a witch. I can't use magic. And her mom is like, oh, well, you know, I'm glad you can't leave because, you know, I would be so lonely because your dad died. So you have to promise not to leave me all alone. And Coco's like, okay, I promise not to go anywhere. And as soon as the mom said that, I'm like, she's dead. She's dead. The mom is dead. The mom is 100% dead. Or going to get like kidnapped or something. See, now I'm like thinking like, what is that sound? You know, paranoid for everything. It's the Witches Association or whatever the police are called here. I don't think that gets brought up until like episode 4, halfway through. Anyway, so I'm like 100% her mom's dead. Cause like you can't start off an action adventure anime with the mom being like, oh, don't go anywhere, and the kid is like, okay. So something's gonna happen to the mom 100%. So anyway, Coco, it's like, if trolling magic is just circles, I wonder what's all that for? And then she goes back and looks at her little picture book and little toy wand that she got, and then she finds out, oh, the wand is actually not a wand. It's the fake wand is used for like real magic, because magic is just writing and ink and pen. So the little bottom unscrews to turn into a pen, and the top comes open and turns into like a little ink vial. And she starts copying the little things in the picture book, and she's like, ooh, it's not working. What the fudge? And then eventually she learns that she's not drawing them right. You have to complete the circle. And then the ink splotches and completes the circle, and she's like, magic! Yippee! It turns into a little firework, and she's like, oh my god! I've discovered the secret of magic! Nothing bad will happen to me ever! I just took these screenshots because I really like, the show has a lot of moments of like things working in a very specific way. Like, I like how this like little wand like unscrews into a pen, and the top comes off and turns into a little ink vial. I think that the show just has a lot of like little things like that where like the detail of how everything works is very interesting. Anyway, so she's like, yay, I made magic. So she's like, oh my god, I found out, yippee, I made magic. She jumps all over the place. And she's like, wait, but well, no, my mom's not gonna be happy about this. And then she makes like a fire. Anyway, so she fucks around and eventually, so she starts to get like a hang of like, okay, so depending on the different circles that you draw and depending on how big you make them and how the lines that you add to them can make different types of spells. And so she finds this very complicated magic spell in the book, and she's like, oh, I could trace it and then I could see what it does. So she fucks around and finds out, because that spell turns into a giant explosion. And Keyfree, while walking home, he's like, man, something she said about getting a book from a wizard and a mask seems wrong. I should turn around and go back. There's something bugging me about this. And he saves her just in time before the spell that she casts like goes off and explodes, and he's like, what spell did you use? Oh my god, what the fuck did you do? You fucked it up. Which already shows, like, when I was talking about Keyfree's like two sides, like before he was like, oh hi, how's it going, it's me, let's get magical in this bitch. Hi Tevin. Better late than never. I hope you had a good time. I was just talking about how, like, oh, it's probably a good idea that you do or not in the spoiler-free section, just in case you accidentally post something that isn't a spoiler. And yeah, I consider the nature of how magic works, where it's all just drawing circles, to be a spoiler. So we're just in the part of episode 1 where Coco fucks around and finds out. Oh my god, I can't highlight things properly. Okay. But hey, how's it going, Tevin? How's it going? Tevin has seen the show. For those unaware. Visuals good, dude. Making Keyfree seem two-faced as well. Him coming out of the shadows to save Coco, yeah. Just the way that he's framed. I talked about earlier about how, like, he's kind of hot, right? Like, Keyfree's like a little hot, right? Because he has these scenes where, like, he's all, like, bathed in a magical glow and he's, like, doing a little smile and, like, he's all being nice and kind. And then he also has moments like later on where like there's something happening. And then he has this very serious face of like, what the fuck did you do? Coco, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? What spell did you write? I've seen it and read it. Interesting. That's it. That's all I had to say. I was going to say more to that. But if there's any significant differences from the manga, let me know. But again, no spoilers past the episode that we're talking about. But yeah, that's something I like about Keyfree's thing, is that it's not just like, oh, you thought he was nice, but now he's mean. No, he goes back to being nice, and like that's like two sides of his personality that like show throughout like the entire series, and that's what makes him an interesting character. So he's like, oh god, what did you fetch a book? I've read of all what I would be considered season 1, a little of season 2. Okay. They're like, if you want to talk about something that happens later this season, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We're just at the end of episode 1. You missed the chronicle of a weird thump happened, and I went to go investigate and could not find the source of it. And then I'm like, okay, I'm haunted. And she's like, I don't know what I did. I was just tracing lines. And what you think about it, tracing lines, well, because if magic is just drawing circles and their training is to learn how to draw better circles, why can't you just trace like she did? But like there's a lot of situations where you can't trace. It's just a ghost, it's okay. Oh, okay, awesome. Anyway, so the magic thing that she caused is a bunch of crystals spreading out everywhere, and they turn her mom into rocks. She tries to go save, Coco tries to save her mom, and Kiefer pulls her back, being like, no, you can't save her now, there's nothing you could do, we gotta get out of here. And she's like, oh my god, what'd you do it? And Kiefer explains that because Coco has found the true nature of magic, she needs to have her memory wiped. But Kiefer is looking for the witch that sold her that picture book, so he needs to have Coco have her memories. So he decides to keep this part a secret from the organization 13, the Witches Association, and decides to take on Coco as a student. So that's that's a crazy ass start to an episode. And yeah, there's this big like panoramic shot where they're like floating in air, and they're like, we'll find a way to get your mom back, don't worry. Coco, you must become a soul reaper, I mean witch. And that's the end of episode 1 with this big pan out shot, and then again the storybook aesthetic that they dropped past like episode 7. No, they use it a little bit at the beginning of the last arc when they're explaining the tests. But yeah, the book kind of closes. The anime did a good job explaining what happened to Coco's mom. The manga is so stylized I couldn't understand what happened. Did she get turned into a statue? Yeah, because they don't verbally, I was gonna say orally, verbally explain it, what happens. It's just that, like, oh yeah, she did a forbidden spell, and that spell caused shit to happen, and now her house and her mom is covered in rocks. Also, you missed what I said earlier about, as soon as the mom said Coco couldn't go anywhere because she would be lonely, I knew 100% that something was gonna happen to her. Not orally. I knew 100%. Like, that was she outright just said a death flag. Because she's like, oh, Coco, I know you want to go on a big adventure to learn how to be a witch, but you have to stay here with me because I'd be so lonely without you. And Coco's like, don't worry, Mom, I'll stay here to be with you until you die. And I'm like, okay, well, we gotta have stories at some point, so it's not looking great for the mom here. But yeah, something I had in the intro notes originally that I decided to remove is there's like this hint of like classism in the series, because people say that you have to be born with magic in order to use it, but the people who are quote unquote born with it are just born into rich and powerful families. Seems a little suspicious. Because they explain in the next episode that, like, oh yeah, that's the secret of magic, and we can't tell anyone because a long time ago, when magic was known to everyone, there was a bunch of war and terrible crap that happened. So they decided to wipe everyone's memory of magic, and only a select few that follow like a very strict code are able to use magic. So earlier in the first episode, it was like, oh, are you born an athlete, or do you have to grow into being an athlete? Show is saying you have to born being a witch. Basically saying, like, if you're not born into the right family, then you can't be a witch. But Coco is like represents like being an outsider and someone that was not born into witchhood that then became a witch. So her presence alone kind of like shakes a lot of characters' worldviews. So it's very cool. It's a very interesting concept to a story. That, like, yeah, anyone can be a witch. We just don't let anyone be a witch because metaphor for classism. I just have more thing to say about classism. Just have to wait for more characters to show up. We'll check back on. You know, because there's no one else in the chat, I'm gonna pin that message so I don't forget. So neither of us forget. What? Okay. Okay, did I ban you or pin your message? I did that thing where like I clicked on it and nothing happened, so I just clicked on it a bunch more times and then 50 things happened, and I think it eventually ended up pinning your message. Anyway, episode 2 starts with the book unfurling. Unfurling is not the right word, but the book opening, and Coco and Keyfree are flying off, and they're like, look, Coco, that is where you'll be staying and studying magic. That is my witch hat atelier. And the title drop and opening song. Atelier. I know, we talked about this at the end of the last anime discussion, Tevin, but I confirmed with Azarad, who speaks French, it is Atelier. Witch Hat Atelier, or Tongari Boshi Atelier, or Atelier. It also took me till the anime to realize how color-coded the characters are. That is a weird thing, because characters having crazy colored hair is a very anime thing to do, but in a black and white manga, you can't necessarily do that, so like, what? Because, yeah, in the opening, they show, the characters of the show, and they all have fun colored hair. Being white, black, blue, and pink. Also good face on pink-haired girl here. Holy shoot, is that Ruby? Why is everything a Ruby reference to you? But yeah, I like the opening because it starts with like a little magic with, I think that's the magic circle that killed her mom. Okay, her mom's not like dead because the whole point, motivation for Coco to become a witch is not that she, because like that's also something. Okay, I've just had 5 thoughts at once. Hold on, because Coco like likes magic, but also she wants to save her mom. So that's like the whole thing is like, I'm gonna find a way to turn my mom back to normal. And other characters are like, yeah, I heard you killed your mom, but okay. Looks like a human transmutation circle. You know, considering how crazy dark this show gets, I would not be surprised if that happens at some point. Again, if you know, don't say anything. No spoilers, including the comment section of this video. But yeah, I do also, I talked earlier about how I like Keyfree, and like, he has like this caring, gentle, parental, like teacher figure to him, and he like cares about his students, and he wants them to grow and be protected, and like for them to do their best. But also he has this like dark side to him. Where he's trying to like find the witch that sold her that book, and like that's basically why he took that big risk and let Coco be a witch. And these things kind of like, but these two sides of his personality kind of like butt heads a little bit, like his darker side and his more like sensitive soft side. Yeah, I also went over that in the spoiler-free intro, where Azarad, who speaks French, says that atelier means, quote, workshop or anything that where you make stuff in. Like, where you make stuff in. And during the spoiler-free intro, I was like, that kind of hints towards the true nature of the series. But yeah, seeing as magic is literally creating circles and like drawing and like calligraphy, basically, yeah, a place where you make stuff seems very fitting. And also the Japanese title, Tongari Boshi, just means pointy hat. So in Japanese, it's pointy hat atelier, which pointy hat is just basically witch hat, so probably a good proper translation. And then I also talked about how, yes, I do. Let's just get Tevin caught up real fast. My 2 favorite things about the show are the complex characters and interesting magic system. I like how varied it is with its tone. It switches between comedy, whimsy of the magical world, and horror, like on a dime. Like it's very varied with its tone, and that makes it very like engaging to watch. And like gripping, because you'll have like a silly episode and then it'll have like a dark ending, and then like they'll deal with that dark thing and then they'll finish it and they'll be like, whew, let's take a break and fuck around for a little bit. So like there's some episodes that feel like slice of life, there's some episodes that feel like, you know, traditional lighthearted fantasy adventure, there's some episodes that feel like a comedy, and then there's also just some episodes that feel like a horror show. Like not a trauma, I can't make words right now, sorry. It really knows how to make everything feel unnerving. It knows how to make things feel it's really good at the tones that it does. It does a lot of different tones, but it's very good at that, you know? Like literally in the scene where Coco almost kills her mom. In the scene where Coco almost kills her mom, like she's jumping up and down being like, yeah, I figured out magic, oh no, what am I gonna do, I found out magic, what's this magic, and then suddenly shit hits the fan and gets really serious. And then next episode we kind of have a more melodramatic like introduction to the actual show, because episode 1 is not like what the actual show looks like. And then things get a little lighthearted for a little bit, and Coco is like, "Wow, the world of magic really is cool," and she occasionally remembers that that she almost killed her mom. So you know, what did I have anything else? And yes, I do love all the British accents. It's kind of like I compared it to Xenoblade in the fact that like characters who have different accents are generally like from different places. So like characters who are like who are like, you know, born in the same village or like part of the same family, like Coco and her mom have like the same accent, but then Kiefer comes in and then he has like a different accent because he's like from a faraway place. So I thought that's good world building in the accents of the characters, and I think Xenoblade does that too. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure like, you know, each different like continent, and for Xenoblade 2 at the very least, like each different continent has like different like ranges of British voice acting. Coco being young has never seen this, has never been this refreshing. I wonder what awaits in the world of Witch Hat Atelier. My chair broke again. Anyway, I like the opening of the show. It is not in the first episode, but it's very good. Like, I'm just looking at this, like, I'm realizing all these things in this opening are of objects of later in the show. Like, that's a thing, that's an object right there. That little, like, glass ribbon thing, that pointy ball is an important object. Like, even this flower is an important object. Very interesting. Old ass Newgrounds memes. What did I say? What did I say? Or were you saying something? Anyway, I just go for the opening a little bit. I like the foreboding, watchful eye of the brimmed caps we will learn their name as. And then yeah, we still have a bunch of characters we don't know, like who the fudge is this? Who the fudge are all of you? But at least we know Coco, we know the story, and we know the whole thing about magic is circles. I also really love the transitions of scenes in this show, or in this opening, because like we have this shot where like a piece of laundry flies by and it does like a wipe away, and then we have this where like the ribbons at the festival like wipe away, and then we have like this where she's staring at like a brimmed hat, and then it like kind of wobbles away and then turns into this, and then there's like books, and then there's the police. It's just a very fun opening, and it has a good storybook aesthetic to it, and also like the aesthetic of like mirrors. Yeah, like, okay, we know you're Keyfree. From left to right is Keyfree. We don't know blue-haired girl, we don't know black-haired girl, we don't know pink-haired girl, that's Coco, we don't know that guy, we don't know this old guy, we don't know this red-haired guy, we don't know this two colored hair girl. We don't know this rando back here. This rando in the back doesn't even get introduced until like the last arc. But yeah, it's fun. And then you have like these reflections, which are always very impressive in anime. And then we have this cool little panoramic shot. Not a panoramic shot, like a zoom out shot. This drone shot of going like backwards through this. It's a very good time. And the book closes, and that's the end of the opening. I wouldn't guys good job setting what the animation is going to look like in the coming episode. I remember when this was announced, a lot of people were terrified that it was going to look like ass because the manga is immaculate. I will agree. I have seen a bit of the manga, and yes, the manga does look absolutely breathtaking. I like the anime too. The anime is very good too, because like, again, it's one of those anime that is not being made as it was shipped. You know, like they made this, like the entire series was ready to be finished like right before the anime was even scheduled to come out. So that's always an indication of a good production line. And it doesn't have that thing where like, oh, the first episode looks pretty, but then the animation kind of dips off as they're clearly trying to keep their head above water and get the episode out before the deadline. But no, this anime is just like relatively like really consistent and good looking throughout the entire place, and it uses animation very well. Because like it's definitely not like, sure, visually appealing as the manga and like still images like this, but like just the animation is just like really sells like the tone. Like the lighting in this show is really good. Like I like in this shot, and like there's a whole episode where I was just like constantly like, wow, the lighting is really good in this shot. Wow, the lighting is really good in this shot. Wow, the lighting changed mid scene and it's still really good. Like, and also like the very tone of like going from like happy and fun to whimsical to serious horror, like the whole directing and animation and like art style really like helps convey that I feel like. So the anime does a good job of using like the strengths of an animation in order to convey the story. But I could see like if you just care about like the pure like visuals and not necessarily like the pacing, the directing, the music, the sound effects. But yeah, there's a really good scene where, you know, we're having a relatively light moment and then Keyfree says something serious and the music dead ass cuts out. That was creepy as fuck. I think that was like episode 4 or 5 or something. I think that was the end of episode 5, I think. We'll talk about that when we get there. So I can definitely see that I can definitely understand people who prefer the manga, but anime is really effing good too. Haven't noticed a single talking head scene from what I remember of the character just standing still and talking. There's not a lot of that. They're always doing something, and there's always something happening with the camera angle. Anyway, real fast about the opening. Eve did the opening for this anime, which is a band I actually know about from outside of anime, kinda. Because back in Valentine's Day 2020, I was obsessed for a hot minute with a song called Heart Forecast. That's a good ass song. Because that song came out and it was like making the rounds and on like Japanese social media. And I saw it and I was like, oh wow, this is a really good song and crazy ass animation. I recommend you check it out. I'm gonna link it in chat, but I know chat will not survive a VOD edit, but it's just called Heart Forecast by Eve. EVE. So yeah, I was surprised that I'm like, wait, I know these people. This sounds familiar. I know these people. I've heard at least one of their songs before, which is very rare for me, because I'm not like a big music person. I rarely listen to music outside of like playing video games or watching anime, so I don't know a lot of bands. But I did know this band, because that song is good. Let me take a quick drink. See, I can't wait. Do I wait to see if Tevin has any response to what I just said? Or do I just keep going and then backtrack? I'll just keep going and I backtrack. That's how my brain works. That's how my ADHD brain ass works anyway. So, Keyfree takes Coco to his atelier, which is just like what they call it. They just call it, oh, this is my atelier. And he shows off this little magic pot thing, which is like two lids that open up and then turn into a big water vat. And he's like, here, wash your face off with this. And she's like, oh, what the fuck do I do with this? And then this pink-haired girl, I forget her name. I wrote it down when it was relevant. Tati or something? Anyway, Tatia, okay. Tatia. I just call her pink-haired girl. She's the one with the Danish accent I cannot understand a goddamn word of. I had to turn, but thankfully this show did have dub titles or like transcriptions of the dub, because a lot of anime like just assume that you're either gonna watch dub with no subtitles or Japanese with English subtitles, so they have the subtitles don't necessarily match up the English script. But where I watched it did have dub titles, and I had to pull those out a few times, especially with her, because she has this very like muttery, very lots of V way of speaking. Tatia, okay, Tatia. I would assume that's most of what you're going to talk about. Actually, no, I think, because I know I got Atelier right. Keyfree I got right, Coco I got right, and that's most of what we're gonna be talking about. So you'll be okay, Tevin. It'll be okay, Tevin. Tatia is the only one, and then the other girl is Agat, and then the blue hair girl is. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh no, there's also a guy named Tarta. He becomes relevant. He gets his episode later. Riche, yeah. Which I swear they said Liche in the first half and Riche in the second half. But I looked it up, and most official translations do use an R, Riche, not Liche. Anyway. Riche. If I say Liche at some point, just know that I have the stupid. I have a lot to talk about with Tarta later. Yeah, another thing I said earlier was I like the show's portrayal of disabilities, and we'll talk about that later. Oh my god, how are we 2 hours in and I'm not even done with episode 2? There was a lot of preamble. And also a lot of faffing about. I think after editing out the starting screen and the me trying to investigate what the fudge that sound was, it was a ghost. It'll probably be a lot shorter. Anyway. So, Keyfree is very kind and gentle to Coco about what happened to her and her mom, but this is especially nice because since other people are not so nice about it because they heard the rumors, mostly Agat's, because they're relatively okay about it. Here's Riche, and they're getting along, they're buddy, and then she's like, oh yeah, haha, I don't know anything because I'm just an outsider, and they're like, you're what? Like literally like the entire lighting of the scene changes. Like it's all bright and like very warm colors, and then the second she says something, like it just gets dark, and I'm like, that's the kind of shit that I like. That sudden tone shift where like she said something and the entire atmosphere, the entire shot changed. And they're like, oh, because they're joking around, and she's like, ha, I don't know anything because I wasn't a witch before yesterday. And they're like, wait a minute, what the fuck did you just say? So, and then they talk about the rumors and the brimmed hat, and then Keyfree's like, hey, stop bullying the newbie. And I'm like, do you see what I'm talking about with Keyfree being attractive? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And then here's where Keyfree someone says something that kicks in the unsettling music. It's worse than that. It's worse when they just like have no music. Like they have a shot that just loses all of its color and warm lighting, and then just immediately like like that's the shit that gets me. Anyway, I have 800 screenshots, so don't mind as I skim through some of these. Keyfree explains the magic, like, oh, in the old time, everybody used to use magic, but then war broke out. So then we made a pact where only a select few can use magic and everyone else gets memory wiped. And they're like, he explained, like, oh, I would have to wipe your memory since you found out about magic, but because you have information about the evil group of witches that still use banned forbidden magic, I need you alive. I need you alive. The Rosarch test in the background of that. Oh, the ink blot test. I can't. Again, I don't have regular brain on. I have anime brain. And I'm like, look, here's another half of my screenshots are just Keyfree being hot. Look at him, he's acting a little vulnerable, and then he makes a little like JoJo pose. And also, now that I think about it, Keyfree's design is a little similar to mine, where like he normally has like a cape that he wears and makes his figure, like his outline, kind of like large. And then sometimes he can take off the cape and then like show off more of like his body. So but that's, I mean, okay, I like Keyfree's design, but not just because it's similar to my design. I also just like it in general. He really likes that pose for some reason. He just likes posing sometimes. You just do it. You just do it like that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that shadow of his titty. Sorry, I'm focusing. Also, like how since every magic is a circle, they just have this little circle on a piece of paper that they put in this torch, and then the torch lights up. I think that's very fun. So anyway, we'll get caught up because I really need to sync my. I should just make like a PowerPoint presentation for these discussions, because I have an issue about syncing talking about the screenshots to talking about my notes. But yeah, so Keyfree explains what forbidden magic is, and he says that it is anything that affects or is directly applied on a human body, which is kind of vague, because he's like, okay, you can't like carve a spell into your skin or whatever. I'm like, okay, and you can't. And also the reason that the magic that Coco used in episode 1 was forbidden because it turned her mom into stone, so that directly affects the human body. But that description is a little vague because like they use fire magic, and can't fire magic burn people and affect the human body? Does that count? I don't know. But a big downside is that they can't use like healing magic, because like theoretically there are types of magic that can like heal injuries, but because that directly affects the human body, that is not allowed. Maybe directly affect is the word that they were looking for, because using fire magic and burning someone is not necessarily directly affecting a spell that affects the body. I don't know, don't think about it too much. They also said things like teleportation magic is also forbidden, and then they immediately bring out. So anyway, here's our big teleportation circle. Here's our big teleporting gates. I guess, but like I guess as long as it's not directly teleporting a human, I guess that's okay. Like if it's like a big window like this, which is really cool, by the way, because again, all magic are circles. So they have this big window that is a teleportation spell, but depending on like how you rotate each individual section of it, it can teleport you to a different location. I think they do a lot of really interesting things like that, because again, the only thing you need for magic is a circle and things in the circle. So here they're just changing the things that are inside the circle in order to change, like, that's really cool. I'm not sure if it's the same as teleportation. I'm not sure. It just makes me think of Doctor Strange teleporting. Yeah, I think because later, like the brimmed hat bad guys, just kind of like zoop, teleport away. They just go zoop, and teleport away. So I'm assuming that's what they're talking about, not necessarily making like a doorway to another location. So I'll take it like that. But yeah, as I said before, I love how all the little things in this show work. Like how in episode 1, the little wand unscrewed and like the top came off to be like a pen and ink vial. And then here they have like this little, oh my gosh, I can't stop hiccuping. They have this little like circle that can change its parts to teleport you to different places. I think that's really cool. So anyway, they're like, so that is the tower, the library tower, and you need to attain a certain witch level in order to access that tower and see what forbidden spell you accidentally used on your mom. Because they don't have access to that book anymore because it's stuck in the crystals in the house. But Coco's like, if I could see, like, if I saw it again, I could recognize it. So that's why she doesn't have her memory wiped. I love that their wands are quail pins, yeah. Especially in episode 1 where hold on, give me a second. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Again, the way that I have this is very awkward. This little wand that she got, and the bottom unscrews into a pen, and then the top comes off and then turns into an ink vial. So yeah, I like that the wands are just pens. And this does come up, like, later on they have to use, like, magic in front of people, and they have to, like, hide doing magic in front of people to preserve the secret of magic. So they have to, like, write the little circles under their cloak, or, like, pre-make the circles ahead of time to, like, hide the true nature of magic, and that magic is just circles. That magic, just like time, is a flat circle. And then he explains the different factions, and that the brim hats are evil, and they have this fun little moment, which I'm assuming they do this like still shot like once or twice at the beginning, but I'm assuming that this looks better in the manga, but it's still nice to see it like animated like this. They also explain that the main elements are fire, water, light, and wind. Very strange choice to have those be like the 4 major elements. Because usually it's like fire, water, earth, and wind, or like if light is also in there, then they also include like dark light, like electricity. Like, how do you make electricity? I guess they don't make electricity. Maybe that's like water, like wind and light, maybe. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. Oh yeah, also another thing with playing around how magic works, they have the way that their flying shoes work is that on each half of the sole of their shoe is half of a circle of like wind magic, and then when they put their feet together they complete the circle, and that's how they fly. I just think it's really neat. They do a lot of really cool things with like the fact that all you need for magic is to make a circle, and they do a lot of like cool and interesting things with that, like with the rotating portal thing and then the shoes. Anyway, here's I got the fucking asshole because she's got childhood trauma. And then so basically Agata's like, there's no place for an outsider like you. Fuck off. You I heard that you almost killed your mom. I think she specifically says, your mom will never be made of flesh and blood again because of you. And Coco's like, I know I'm an outsider and I know I made mistakes, but I'm gonna do my best. And then she cries herself to sleep. Yeah, no, we're still on the second episode. You worthy commoner. Don't you mean the exact opposite of worthy? She's like, you're trash. You're a trash commoner. Anyway, Kiefer's like, here's all the things you need for magic. And she's like, ooh, magic. Again, I really like Coco's complicated relationship to magic, because like she's loved magic ever since she was a little kid and always wished, worthless commoner, yeah. And she's always wished that she could use magic because she thinks magic is super cool. And now that she can use magic, she's like, holy shit, this is awesome. I love this. But at the same time, she's also like, magic is magic and me specifically is what put my mom in danger and what turned my mom into a statue. So, a lot of times she's just like, ooh, magic is so cool. And we get this little art, almost chibi art style. But then sometimes she's like, oh yeah, no, magic is not so cool sometimes. So she has a very complicated relationship with magic. She has a very hot, cold relationship with magic. Where, like, she likes magic and she understands that, like, the base of that magic is not necessarily what, killed her mom. But at the same time, like, magic is kind of responsible for killing her mom, but also it was kind of her fault. She has a lot of baggage going on. She needs to go to therapy. And yeah, here we have the four main elements. And then Kiefer being cute in the background, cheering on Coco while they study in their little study nook. It's a very interesting, like, half-circle desk that they have there for a desk. Again, the show is very interesting with its background and, like, world design. Because most shows would just be like, here's some beds and a desk there, study, there's your dorm room. But here, that they have, like, these weird, like, half-circle desks, and then, like, their bed is, like, down the stairs. It's very interesting. I love how much Coco fawns over magic. Really does a good job of telling the audience how cool shit like this is, especially consider the fact that these characters have been using magic their whole life. Yeah, Coco's a good, like, protagonist character, because she's constantly, like, she's good because, like, everyone needs to explain how everything works, and she's a good character for the plots and exposition. But at the same time, she's also like, holy shit, this is really cool. All the other characters are like, yeah, this is just everyday life, man. Yeah, so they might be desensitized to it to some degree, but Coco still has young and whimsy in her heart. Anyway, she accidentally shoots a water spell, but it's like F's up the spell and it shoots the wrong way and blasts a got. And then episode 2, again, they just straight up drop this for the most part after, like, halfway through the series. But in the early episodes, like, the episode ends with, like, this little picture book esque thing, and then closing the book. It's very cool. So Agat challenges Coco to a test to prove that she belongs with them while Kiefer is gone. And that's how episode 2 ends. Also, I really like the ending theme. The ending theme, it's like one of those things that were like, at the moment, you're like, okay, this is cool and it has some weird imagery. And then by the time you finish the series, you're like, oh, there's a spoiler hiding in plain sight in the ending. We will not mention the spoiler now. but we will at the end of the discussion we will look at this ending again, and you'll see what I mean. We need more gushing nerd protagonist. That's a good point. Well, she's not. Yeah. I mean, she's a little bit of a nerd. Kind of a magic. Is she a magic otaku? Quick question. Is Coco from Witch Hat Atelier a magic otaku, because she's like very obsessed with magic, and she's very passionate about it, and like that's kind of like otaku that are very knowledgeable and passionate about their interests. So like we kind of see that even in a fantasy setting. I'm just saying. I didn't notice the spoilers in the ending theme. Me neither. I just thought it was weird. But we will talk about that at the end. Yeah, she's like, it's a theme. It's like the visual. Okay, first of all, the audio is very unique and very emotional, because it's just like guitar and vocals, and like I don't know who the singer is for this, but she goes ham. Gets very emotional every time you have to end an episode. But yeah, she's walking down these stairs, and then there's this bottle with a bunch of weird imagery in it. Don't know what that's all about. It's probably just there to look pretty. And then it kind of also shows Coco's emotions and love-hate relationship with magic, where like she's scared of it, and then but like, oh, magic can be pretty sometimes, and like she's like, okay, I got this, and then that's how the ending theme is. It's very good. It's unique and emotional, and the visuals show off Coco's love-hate relationship with magic, and it's also very good of hiding spoilers in plain sight. Because I was talking about this with Dom a while ago, because another show that hides spoilers in the opening and ending theme in plain sight is This Monster Wants to Eat Me. Because I saw the opening and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I saw the opening on episode 6 and I'm like so I like when opening and ending themes hide spoilers in plain sight. It's very good. So anyway, Keyfree goes off to like takes a little trip to the Mages Association. We meet this character. She's not relevant till later. And she's like, why don't you just have your atelier here so you are in close proximity to the rest of the organization? And he's like, fuck the organization. Anyone from the organization like to be next? And then she's basically like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, Coco's got to take that test if she wants to be your apprentice. And Keyfree's like, yeah, she will take the test, but like not now, because of the current season. It's way too dangerous, and if she takes the test now, she'll probably die. Anyway, episode 3, Coco takes the very dangerous test where she will probably die. That was my favorite part. Like, oh, she can't take that test. She would die if she took that test right now. Episode 3, Coco takes that test right now. So, Agata is a big jerk. So, she basically explains that, she sends Coco to do this test because she's like, oh, you can't be a true apprentice until you take this test. So you have to take it right now while Keyfree's gone. And she's like, okay. Always Sunny themes plays. Coco dies. Yeah, it was definitely one of those moments. So Agata's like, if you want to prove your worth here, you have to take this test right now. Go. And she explains, like, you're only allowed a certain amount of materials, and you have to get a flower at the top of a mountain, and don't get killed by the wildlife or die. Okay, see you later. So she sends Coco into a challenge before she's ready, knowing that it could kill her. So Agat basically is like, die. Agat basically tries to kill Coco in this episode, like, unabashedly, she's like, you're not worth it. Go take this test and fail and die, and you'll see how not worthy you actually are. So, like, was that Agat's plan? Is that Coco just dies on this thing, or the fact that, or was she just betting on the fact that, okay, let's give Agat the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she was thinking that Coco would just, like, call for help and abandon the test and not die, and that she would get sent home because you can't take the test again. It's a sink or swim kind of situation, which is weird because the second test you can take multiple times, so I don't know why the first test is so high risk. But yeah, Agat does all this just because she doesn't want someone weaker than her or an outsider being with her, because she has inferiority complex. Yeah, God, if she dies, she dies. So she's like, can I borrow your shoes? And she's like, fine, you can borrow my flying shoes. Here, go. That's all I'm giving you. See you in, if you don't bring the flower back within like 24 hours, you're dead. Okay, bye. And so Coco wanders through, and she has like this guiding orb to point her to where she's going. And she finally makes it, and that's where the flower is, on top of those floating circles. And that's why Kiefer didn't want her to take the test, because the floating circles are especially high this time of year, so there's no way that Coco could fly all the way up there by herself and make it down and not die, basically. So Coco's like, okay, I can do this. I got flying shoes. Let's just figure out how the shoes fly. She fails a lot because she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. The way no way in hell her feet don't hurt having to hold her legs like that when flying all day. It is not easy to keep your legs straight and like have your feet together like that. It is not an easy feat. I'm after this episode, I immediately stood up and tried it. But it is possible. And then like funny moment where like she flies and then like Coco.png gets slid across the screen. Very funny. So she's like, slowly but surely I can figure it out. Anyway, back at the Witch Association club group thing, organization, they have like an underwater city, and I think underwater cities are cool as fuck. Anyway, here Coco meets Brush Buddy, who becomes a reoccurring character. I don't know why this Studio Ghibli looking ass guy is just like the pet mascot of the series and accompanies her. But anyway, she fails, she gets the shoes wet, and then the like magic symbol making the shoes fly washes off. Here's our mascot creature. Here's our marketable plush creature. So, and then she gets really sad because, like, you know, maybe Agat is right. Maybe she doesn't belong. I'm just an outsider after all. I can't do it. And then she remembers, wait, I can do it because I know how to draw straight lines. I know how to. I can transfer my skills of being a craftsperson. What do you call it? Like a fabric maker into this witching thing. So she uses her ink and puts it on like a rock, and then like puts like this wind symbol onto this sailcloth with her ghost mom, and Ghost Kiefer is also there too. So she makes this like big magic circle on the sail, and like she's gonna make a flying boat. That's her plan. So then she completes the circle, and then it activates, and then oh no, it's upside down. And then the boat breaks apart, and then she uses it like an effing broom, and there's like this really cool animation of her just like flying for the islands, and it's really pretty. And then she tries to grab the flower and then misses, and then eventually she's like, I'm not gonna give up, and it's a very pretty moment. And then she grabs the flower and then completes the test. I just thought that was a very... I don't have a lot of notes about that. I just thought it was a very cool thing where she used her... what made her unique in order to solve this test in her own way. Tailor's apprentice? Okay. A tailor. Maybe that's the right word. That's the word I'm looking for. Anyway, back at the atelier, Kiefer's like, hey, where did Coco go? And the other girls are like, then she found the test and then I'll go to the thing and they should all fall and fun the thing other than she's probably dead. I'm pretty sure is what she says. Hi, Weekender, how's it going? You walked in on me doing a very bad Danish accent. Could you? Hello. We're talking about Witch Hat Atelier. We're just finishing up the 3rd episode. So if you care about spoilers, please leave and come back. I will upload the spoiler-free section tomorrow. But if you don't care about spoilers, or if you've seen Witch Hat Atelier, then feel free to stick around. So Kiefer comes back and he's like, where did Coco go? And they're like, yeah, so Agat sent her on that test that's probably gonna kill her. And we probably should have stopped it, but we're just little girls. We don't know what's going on. And then Coco comes back and is like, hey, I beat the test. And she's like, oh my god, I probably watched you almost did. And then Coco's like, hey, I did the test. Am I worthy of your approval now? And Agat says, fuck you. God hated that. God was like, ah, shucks. I was hoping that would kill you. Because Agat sent her on that test, probably hoping that she would die. Because she's like, I can't stand an outsider being a part of our atelier. And even when Coco passed the test against all odds, Agat was still like, I don't recognize you, stupid outsider. But Kiefer's like, oh, well done, my student. It wasn't against ideal situations, but you know, you proved yourself being worthy of my apprentice. And with that, I give you your official outfit and your Witch Hat Atelier. Title drop, roll credits. I like oh fudge, what was her name? Tatia. I like Tatia's face here. I think Riche makes better faces, but she makes good faces too. I like all the characters in this show. That's another big thing that I like about Witch Hat Atelier is that I like all the characters, because Coco is very like happy-go-lucky, otaku coded, but also has like a very like mixed relationship with magic. Kiefer has like these cool like two sides of his personality of like trying to find his obsession with trying to find the brim hats, but also like his being like a teacher and a parental figure to these girls and like wanting them to be safe and reach their full potential, and like those two sides of his personality clashing. And I like Tatia's enthusiasm towards just everything. She's very emotional and energetic. And then I like we don't get a lot about Riche. I keep almost saying Riche. But she makes really good faces sometimes, and then later she has a good character arc. But yeah, and then, oh my gosh, the witch who sold her the hat, the evil witch who sold her the picture book was watching her. That's crazy. And yeah, that's pretty much episode 1. Or at the first 3 episodes. I may watch this. Well, if you want to watch it without spoilers, leave now. I know, I'm being a bad streamer by telling people to leave my stream, but I care more about people enjoying anime than being a viewer in being a number in my stream, you know what I mean? No, I'm bored. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. You could also leave for that reason. I suppose that's also valid. A little hurtful, but valid nonetheless. Tevin, your pinned comment before we end. Before we end, do you wanna? You said you have something to say about the classism, but you have to wait for more characters to show up. Have enough characters showed up? Have enough characters showed up, Tevin? Oh my gosh, it's so hot, I'm gonna die. I think Tevin is dead. I think Tevin might be dead. Let's move on to episodes. The next arc. Let me just check the viewer list. Nope, Tevin's dead. Awesome, cool. Just me and the ghosts. And the Weekender until they get bored and leave. Until they get sick of me and leave, just like everyone else in my life. Sob, sob, sob. Anyway. Oh, hi Tevin, welcome back. I thought you were dead. The class of theme strengthened in the dub. I think everyone having an accent, most of the cast have very European accents. Tevin, why would people having European accents back up the classism themes of the anime? Why? I don't. You're gonna have to explain that one for me. But yeah, that kind of goes down like. I don't know a lot about British accents, but if I have to guess, Coco has a very rural country accent, and everyone has proper British city accents. Yeah, except Coco has a more neutral, flat accent. Yeah, because like again, you have to tested me on anthropology, but I think the reason that like the European, yeah, I didn't mean to say British, I meant to say European, those like fancy accents existed in the first place was like to show class and show that you are educated and come from a wealthy background and you're not like one of those you know, country bumpkins. So yeah, everyone having a stronger accent than Coco definitely adds to that thing. Sir, are you okay? You don't sound okay. I'm not okay, happy face. But I'm okay right now because I'm talking about anime. But yeah, I was just thinking about the classism of being like, oh, you have to be born into the right family if you want to be a witch. And Coco's kind of like breaking that expectation or that like worldview because she's an outsider who became a witch later on in life and wasn't born into it. Which is a very standard like fantasy story trope of like, oh, someone from like a country town, a country bumpkin is actually the chosen one to be the hero. But like I would say even more so with Coco because she doesn't even have like any innate powers. Her only innate power is her passion and love for magic. Some of the other commenters also have flat American accents as well. You're right now that I think about it. Because like there's some people later who's like, oh, you're a witch. You should do witch things and save people. And then Kiefer's like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't quite do that. It's gonna be quite a difficult problem. You know, just can't be saving everybody over here. I'm quite busy. I've got loads of paperwork to do. It's like, I'll save you, peasants, if you insist. What am I talking about? Anyway, episode 4. They basically are like, hey, Coco, you don't have a pen. You never got like a proper wand / pen, so you should probably go into the city to buy a pen. Spoiler alert, they never get back to this. They get sidetracked, but hey, whatever. So like, oh, you've go buy a pen. It's so sleepy. You go be fun. Anyway, I like this little moment where Kiefer and the other two girls are flying, but Coco and Agat Coco hasn't made flying shoes yet, and I got lent her shoes to Coco, and she broke them. So they have to be carried by Keyfree. And yes, before you say it, I want to be carried I want to be carried by Keyfree like that too. And then they get to this little merchant town. The fudge was that noise? Oh, I think that was my chair. This shit is haunted. I don't know how to tell you this. Shit is haunted. Anyway, here's the beginning of Riche's good faces. So they go to this pin shop that has a cool ass tree growing in the middle. And they're like, yeah, so you grow this magic tree, and then you extract its little contents, and then that's how you make ink. And then Keyfree just decides to pose and be sexy a little bit. So they're out getting this pen and learning how magic ink and wands work. But it's like, ooh, the masked witch is watching her. So Coco runs off, and then the other girls follow her, and like they run down this alleyway, and like they stumble into the back rooms. Harry Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so they stumble into the back rooms. Okay, that is definitely my chair. I'm like paranoid about like noises happening in my room now. So they stumble into the back rooms. This basically, which is a pocket dimension that the evil witch made, and I say that because it's revealed at the end of episode 5. And oh my god, they have a fucking dragon that wants them dead. Couldn't tell you if you're misreading that as a joke or not. If you can't tell, then you've gotten the joke. If you're confused, then we're on the same page. But yeah, the masked witch also says something creepy during this line where it's like, oh, Coco, you're our only hope. So I'm like, what? Do the bad guys want to use Coco to awaken like the Dark Lord or something? I have no idea. Tarta and his grandfather have Irish accents. Yeah, I did not. They were apparently not notable enough to get in the screenshots for this episode. But an old man and his like grandson run this little shop, and the son is called Tarta, and he will be relevant later, but not now. Right now, they're in back rooms with the dragon. Okay, I don't actually have a lot of notes for this episode. Just a lot of screenshots. So, Agat does a Hadouken. And by Hadouken, I mean, they have like this little like notebook of like almost finished spells, of like basically complete spells, and all you need to do is like open it up to the right page and like finish the circle, and then you can shoot the spell. And that's how they do like spells on the fly like this without having to sit down and like write it out for like 20 minutes. So that's how they use spells in the middle of action. And then while they're running away, Coco's like, oh my god, I'm terrified, we're gonna get murdered. But that was really cool that you did back there, that was so awesome, you shot fireball, oh my god. I like that a lot. Coco just kind of like nerding out. I love that concept so much. Yeah, they do a lot of really interesting things with the fact that like, in order to do magic, you need a circle. So like they have things where like, oh, you can change, they have like gears where you can change like what the circle is made out of, and like the spells get activated upon completing the circle. And then so they have that with like the shoes where you put the heels together to complete the circle, and then they have a little pocket book full of spells that they can just whip out at any time by just finishing the circle. I'm like, it's very cool, I like it a lot. Copiers apparently don't exist in this world, or else you could just mass produce these spells, but I think mass producing the spell would kind of go against the witch's code or whatever. But theoretically they could, and they just choose not to. And they do talk about that a couple of times. where, like, you know, some regular guy goes like, wow, it would be sure cool if regular humans could use spells too. And Kiefer goes, ha 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 ha, yeah, that would be cool. Too bad that's not possible. Anyway, let's change the subject. Anyway, Coco and Tatia have a little bit of a falling out because she's crying about like, oh, how did I end up this? And oh no, it's she didn't say it because she's a sweet pumpkin, but she basically said everything but this is all Coco's fault, and Coco is feeling very responsible. And Agat basically backed this up. What a fudge. I think that's the worst thing that you've ever said to me, Weekender, and you said a lot of terrible things yesterday, and by yesterday I mean Friday. But saying that I have a Peter Griffin ass laugh is the worst thing I think you've ever said. Anyway, so or at least my like fake laugh of like what I've said before. Anyway. So Agat basically Tatia is a little sweetheart and doesn't outright say it, but Agat is like, you are a fuck up, Coco. You almost killed your mom because it was an accident, and then you got us in this pocket dimension with this dragon because it was an accident. You make a lot of accidents. You're such a big fuck up. Fuck you. And again, Agat is kind of an asshole. Which, now that I think about it, do I even like Agat? Because she's kind of an asshole, but like she makes the plot work. Like she's an interesting character, but I don't know if I like her, you know? Because she is just an asshole, but like later on we find out that it's because of like a lot of trauma. So I think if, you know, if she was willing to go to therapy, like maybe she could be better. And then again, Riche making a good face here. And yeah, for some reason Riche, contrary to how she's portrayed later, is kind of like, oh yeah, this is where Agat crashes out over Coco, but they hit a dead end, and then Riche is like, hey, I made a hole. She got a little thumbs up. I want to assume at this point in the story, maybe the writer didn't necessarily know where they were going with Riche's character. Because it's not like this, her being like super competent and pulling out this spell is contradictory to how she's portrayed later. It's just not 100% like accurate to how she's portrayed later. Anyway, we'll get into how she's portrayed later. Meow, meow. I think this is the first time we get a good specialty. Riche is really good at drawing tiny spells. What is the point? Because yeah, depending on how big you make the spells, how powerful the spell is. And then later we find out because of her tailor skills that Coco is very good at drawing straight lines. Anyway, so we get introduced to the masked witches are the Brimmed Hats, and they are part of a dangerous clan that uses forbidden magic. And I'm like, the witch police are really suck, apparently, since there's this whole band of evil witches using forbidden magic that they haven't caught, but okay. Also, I like how the mascot character leads Kiefer to where Coco and the others are. Anyway, later, Coco and Tatia. We're scrolling back up. I gotta pin that comment now. Tatia. Okay, I do have it right. Wait, where's your pinned comment? Where's your pinned comment? I went to go unpin your comment and the pinned comment isn't there on this screen. Okay, I got it. Now it says I'm not live. Okay, here we go. We're good. Unpinned message. Don't ban you. Unpinned message. So anyway, they make up. She's like, I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. Even though she really didn't snap. It was a guy who crashed out and cursed her out, basically. But they make up, and then Tatia is like, I want to, you know, my dream is to make a spell that will help people, and here's what I got is a big cloud that you can sleep on, but I'm still working on it, and it's not perfect. And I'm like, that's cute. Where she wants to make a unique spell to help people. Because, like, all these spells are not, like, set in stone. They're, like, invented, where it's like, oh, if you add, like, a little squiggle, then it turns into a wind, and if you add this, then it, like, turns it, you can add this element. It's, like, almost like an art in some way. So, you can make custom spells like this. And she made a little cloud. And there's another good faces in general on everyone there. So anyway, Coco comes up with a very Coco plan of, instead of trying to kill the dragon, why don't we just make the dragon go to sleep? You make a big bed of clouds for the dragon to sleep on, and then the dragon will go to sleep, and then we can go away, and nobody has to get hurt. And I'm like, aw, that's lovely. I like that a lot. I like that there was a non-violent solution to this problem that most other anime would just be like, we gotta find a way to kill this dragon, and we gotta find some sort of unique thing that only we can do. But Coco's like, you know what is a unique thing that only we can do? We can make a bed, and we can't kill this dragon, and we don't want to kill this dragon because, you know, the dragon is probably, you know, just sent by someone and is probably upset. So, you know, the dragon doesn't deserve to die. So let's make him a nice cozy little bed. And I like that a lot. So that way no one gets hurt, including the dragon. And then Riche is like, oh my gosh, if I could sleep, that'd be awesome. Again, that's her only character trait right now, is that she wants to sleep. So, as a god is like thinking like, how do we get out of this situation? I can't think of anything. What the fuck do I do? Then all of a sudden Coco's like, I have an idea. And so there's like a little moment of a god being like, maybe Coco isn't a worthless jerk. But no, it's she still is kind of a jerk. She's definitely less of a jerk in the later episodes compared to the first couple episodes, but she, even at the end of season 1, she's kind of a jerk. And so they run around, they make this big plan of making like a bunch of magic circles, like to surround the dragon with cuttyful beds, is what I will say. And I like the animation here, how they make drawing circles look really badass. Whoosh. It's very cool. What does that have to do with anything, Weekender? Death Note moment. Anyway, so they make a big fluffy cloud, a bed, and then the dragon's like, whoosh, and they're like, yay, it worked. And God's like, I can't fucking believe this bullshit. I don't know fucking. So God like just like fucks off as the dragon is sleeping on the bed of clouds. And I like how the dragon is sleeping on the bed of clouds. Anyway, so meanwhile, Keyfree's fighting for his effing life because he found the entrance to the pocket dimension, but it's like set up with like a laser beam trap. So he has to like fight the laser beam. And then while Coco and the others are coming out, like the pocket dimension starts to like fall apart, and then Agat dies and then gets eaten by a dragon, except not really. She gets saved by Keyfree, who entered the pocket dimension at just the right time. And then we have a really cool animation where he flies up into the air. And again, that's what I was talking about with the animation being like consistent, because like a regular anime would not have like a really cool animation for like episode 5. They keep all the good animation for like the first 2 or 3 episodes and like the last episode. But here we're like in episode 5, and we get this really cool shot of Keyfree flying up and then preparing this giant spell that turns into a bird made of fire that eats the dragon and then explodes into a little flower and then turns into water. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy! And then that's the most insane animation ever. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, look at this shot is amazing. K-Frame makes a fucking water dragon. A water. It looks like more like a bird. I don't know. It's like a fire, water, bird, dragon, flower thing. It's cool as fuck. Because it starts out like this, and then it turns into water, and then, like, don't worry about it. Anyway, they're like, hey, by the way, where's Coco? Coco runs into the brim tap, but she was asleep for it, so don't worry about it. They didn't do anything to Coco while she was asleep. Don't fucking worry about it. Don't check anything that she has at all. Coco's caca, don't say that. I'm thinking cocoa nut, or the Japanese word coco, which means here. It's a dragon. Guess Keyfree felt spiteful that day. Keyfree was pissed as fuck. Because again, even though he has like this dark side to him, he still cares about his students. So anyone trying to fuck with his students gets a giant fucking water dragon to the face. So Coco wakes up and they're like, oh, everything's fine, don't worry, we found you passed out. There's Tartar, by the way. He gets his own episode later, don't worry about it. And she's like, I'm so sorry, I am such a fuck up. I'm so sorry, I'm such a fuck up. And then where we have the credits in the middle of the episode. Also here we can see the names in Japanese. Coco, Agato, Aya, Riche, and Kifuri. Oh, Tete, that's Te, not A. Tetea. Tetia? Like, the tiny E is so uncommon in Japanese, I always forget how to pronounce it. I think it's Tetia, and then Iche, and then Kifuri. Anyway, this is my favorite part of, probably one of my favorite moments of the entire series, where like everything's winding down, everything's cool, it's playing the ending theme, where like everything will be okay, Coco, we'll figure this out. And then like the old man is like, we gotta that was forbidden magic, we gotta report this to the order. And suddenly music cuts out, Keyfree gives this look and he's like, you will tell no one. Okay, anyway. And he's like, oh, and then that's the end of the episode. That's the end of episode 5. Like, ooh, that's so good. That's such a good moment. Where like literally, like that's what I'm talking about how the Two-Face Keyfree strikes again, yeah. Where I wouldn't even say he's like Two-Face, because like he just has two very different aspects of his personality that kind of just come up every so often. So is that Two-Face? I don't know. It's like a mixture of night and dark. Cause like he also kind of gets serious sometimes when like people are threatening his students and he shows his more like serious dark side. So like those two things, but also sometimes he lets his obsession to find the brim caps like take a hold of him and possibly put his students at risk. So yeah, don't worry about it. Living mixture of night and dark, that's why he's dressed like that. You think so? Yeah, he is dressed differently than his apprentices with a black and white. I just thought it was like, oh, it's a manga, so you need a character with good contrast. But yeah, you might be right about that, about Keyfree's like two sides to his personality, his like caring and gentle side and his serious and I'm gonna fucking murder you side. Yeah, I don't know, Keyfree, he's like, yeah, no, you will tell no one about what happened here. And I'm like, that's such a good moment. Because, like, there's so many, like, ups and downs of this episode. Because, like, we have, this sad moment where like we don't know how to defeat the dragon, and then Coco comes up with an idea and everything's happy, and they execute it and everything's fine, and their plan works out great, and then shit goes wrong and Agat almost dies, and then Keyfree shows up and everything's fine, and then he saves the day, and don't worry about that, everything's fine, yippee deepee dee, happy end of episode. But then like we just have to have one moment, like one line, "You will tell no one," when he makes this face. Again, the ending theme cuts out. The ending theme is like playing during this. The ending theme cuts out, like straight up cuts out, and cuts to this shot. Like, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh yeah, same with his shadowed eye. I'm assuming that's like a plot thing later on. Like he has the Sharingan on under that eye or something. But yeah, he does have one eye hidden and one of his glasses hidden. So now that you know what, he has the Sharingan. I think you might be right, Tevin, about that. I'm only watching this because I'm bored. Oh yeah, I don't even watch anime, but I watch this. The plan is working out accordingly. You should watch this. Because again, even if you watch this whole stream and get spoiled on the entire season 1, it's still a different experience from like hearing someone talk about it to actually seeing what the show is. And also, there's a season 2 coming out, and I'll definitely cover season 2 when it comes out, and so you could watch that before I do a stream about it. Just saying. Does bro look like Gojo? I heard other people say that. I don't know. I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen yet. That's definitely on the docket soon. But yeah, people compare him to Gojo. But I'm like, I don't get that reference, smiley face. But hey, maybe... Hopefully by the time season 2 airs, I will have seen Jujutsu Kaisen. So that's episode 425. Again, this anime also breaks traditions by not having arcs in groups of multiples of 3. Because the first arc was 1 to 3, and then the next arc was 4 to 5. And then spoilers, 6 to 8, 9 to 10, and then 11 to 13. Mouse, thank you. Yeah, again, I just am seeing if we can finish Bleach before doing Jujutsu Kaisen. But that will not be the next anime that we do, because I've already decided on the next anime that we will discuss next time. So if you want to watch that, stick around to the end. I'll also probably make a post about it. I will definitely make a post about it. But it will be officially announced at the end of this stream. So anyway, 2.5 hours into the stream, we are about halfway through. The beginnings, we're definitely more than halfway through, because a lot of the beginning is just like talking overview about the show, and then now we're just doing like episode by episode. So anyway, here's Keyfree being hot for no reason. Here's just some shots of Keyfree being hot for no real reason. I'm not staying up till 1 a.m. again. Don't. It's okay. You don't have to. There are VODs, and also I will upload a highlight tomorrow. You'll be okay. I know, for this, I should have started the stream like an hour earlier. Crazy how well of a color yellow-green works on Coco. You're kind of right. That's not a traditional color for anyone to be ever. but she pulls it off really well. Although, I don't know, I just like green hair. I'm not being held hostage again. You're never being held hostage. Anyway, so we have a relatively chill episode. We're just back at the Atelier, and yes, they did completely 100% forget about getting Coco a new wand / pen. So that's funny. Anyway, so they practice magic by cooking, and I like this little shot where Coco makes a little fire spell to melt the cheese on top of the burger, and they make a good looking burger. I've never thought of melting the cheese on top of the burger, but you know what? It does look good. I like it a lot. Is that an egg in there? I love it. And also, for anyone keeping track at home, this media says that you do bun, dressing, lettuce, meat, egg, bun, cheese. Ancient magical burgers. Yellow green is used on gross characters, yeah. And they're like, let's go have a picnic. Oh no, it's raining. And Kiefer's like, we're witches. We don't gotta give a fuck about the rain. And they have a little, nice little picnic in the rain. Agat doesn't join because Agat's a fucking asshole. And then Coco runs back because Coco's a little sweet bean. She wants to be friends with Agat, but Agat is a fucking asshole. So she's like, hey Agat, you should come have a picnic with us. And she runs into this guy, and this guy is basically was like, hey, you're the outsider, I gotta take you away. And then Kiefer pulls out his angry teacher mode and uses water magic to stop him. And then we're like, let's go inside and talk about this for a minute. Anata ga gay does. You are gay, is what that says. Anata wa gay desu. Although Anata is one of those versions of you that can have a romantic connotation. So, are you flirting with me? That's what I'm saying, Weekender. Because that's what I'm reading that as. Anyway. So they go back and explain that, like, okay, everyone, speaking of gay, Origio is here. Is that who's in the thing? Hold on, I'm pulling up the picture again. Because the author made a Happy Pride Month post on Blue Sky. But I don't recognize these two characters. I want to say their background the characters so far are like, they've only appeared in the background and maybe they'll get more screen time later. No, I don't think so. Meow, meow. But yeah, anyway, so he could be gay, I don't know. He doesn't do a whole lot this season. He basically is like, hey, I'm the runner, I'm everyone... The organization sends like someone high up to keep a tally on the ateliers and to make sure that they're not doing anything bad. And you're doing something bad by having an outsider here. And Kiefer basically tells them the story of like, hey, she has a hint about, she's seen hints about the brimmed caps, and we're trying to find the brim caps. So we can't wipe her memory. Because she has information that we need, so without wiping her memory, we basically just need to make her a witch. And he's like, okay, I guess. And then later on, Coco and him have a little moment where he sees how much of a sweet pea Coco is. Because Coco's like, oh, I love this spell. This is the spell that I first saw that made me fall in love with magic that lights up the little ground, and I love it so much. We have a nice little visual of baby Coco and not so baby Coco here. And then he basically makes this face, and he's like, "Hey, why are you so adorable?" MOCC people ship Kiefer and Orugio like crazy. Especially since they seem to be opposites. They do, and now that you mention it, there's definitely tension in this scene between the two of them. because they're definitely like old friends that don't get along all the time, so I can definitely see how you'd ship them. This face. Anyway. Oh yeah, I'm glad I wrote this down. Keyfree says that Coco's memories are important and so important that he's willing to give up his own memories for them. Because Keyfree basically is like, if you're gonna wipe Coco's memories, then you're gonna have to wipe mine too. Well, like, you're gonna have to kill me first before you kill her, basically. And he's like, oh, okay, you really care about this girl. I'll back off. Okay, never mind. That's fun. Keyfree is a water user, and Auragios main uses fire spells like the heat rings. Oh yeah, you're right. Because I don't remember if it happens now or later, but Keyfree talks about how everyone has specialties, and his specialty is water magic because he doesn't like getting wet. So he mastered water. And I'm like, now looking back on it, like, yeah, this is a water spell that he's using to stop the rain. He's the first one that shows off this little like water device that basically takes in moisture from the atmosphere and makes a little like drinkable water thing. Which I don't think that's how that works, but whatever you say, man. And then he also has this like water wall spell, so that's cool. Anyway, so a storm causes trouble, so the storm picks back up again, and basically nearby regular humans are like, please, you have to help us. There's a witch that lives here right there. You have to help me. There's the fucking carriage fell into the river, and my son's gonna die. My son's trapped inside. You have to help me. And Keyfree's like, okay, don't worry. Pop down, chomp. You know what you got with war about it. I'll help you, don't worry, just give me something. And then Agad is basically like, rate this profile picture, you are on strike 2 for being off topic. But we are somewhat in between episodes right now, so I will give you a pass. It is of one of those gross zoom-ins of SpongeBob. I also see on your channel that you have 2 videos. One called Simple Roblox Clip of Sans Undertale in Roblox, and I found a crazy bug in Rivals, also a Roblox clip. You have 6 subscribers. Oh, you also have 2 shorts. One titled February 8th, 2016 and 2026, and one labeled June 1st, 2026. And you have one post that says IDK. But you don't even have your subscriptions public. Cringe. Give me a comment. I don't think the hood of positivity worked. That's not related to the post that you made, but okay. That's not related to the post that you made. That was a completely different post. But I guess I was wearing the hood. This feels racist towards British people. Remember, Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. Hold on, let me find that picture. Miku does not talk to British people.
Excuse me? Are you British?
Yes, Papa.
Oh no! Oh no! Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. Leave me outside, leave me alone. Second.
Anyway, back to what we were doing. I like the light of the only pounds I need is me pounding your mom. British people are okay. We can forgive, but we will not forget. What were they talking about? I'm just joking. Me, as a future ruler of the sun, I, of course, despise all Earthlings equally. I do not discriminate. I just making a Jeff. And I like to do British accents, so sue me. If they happen to be offensive, that's not my fault. Anyway, so let me take a drink real fast. They're like, hey, this thing happened, and Agat's like, hey, I want to prove myself, let me come along. And Kiefer's like, fine. Because Agat is like, has this like big trauma about like wanting to prove herself and grow up really fast. So that sure will not bite her in the butt. And then Kiefer's like, yeah, so I'll go help and you stay here and tend to the injuries. And she's like, that's just not what I fucking signed up for. Also, the whole squad ends up going. I don't know why. Anyway, so then Kiefer pulls out this cool ass, speaking of Kiefer using water magic, Kiefer pulls out this cool ass water sword and basically uses it to part the river. So his other guy can go in and save the people stuck in the carriage, which is cool as fuck, by the way. Like the way he pulls it out and then the circles on it start to glow. And then he like kind of swings it. I don't know why the circles, I guess the circles are just active all the time, but the sheaf like suppresses the circles magic, I guess. Like doesn't have, the sheaf probably has something in it to make the circles like not activate, but when he unsheaths it then it activates, I guess. Gotta go real quick. Okay, bye. Anyway, so he uses the water sword, he parts the river, and the girls are like, oh my god, that's such a fucking cool sword. Especially Coco, and even a little bit of Agat. Agat is like, oh, I'm kind of interested. And I love the sword about, like, how, at near the tip, it's just water, and then also for its guard, it's also made out of water, and all the circles and intricate stuff, like, it's very cool. And then they're like, and he basically explains that it's made out of a bunch of water sigils. And the girls are like, can we try? And he's like, haha, no. So anyway, the day is saved, and then the adults are like, we're gonna go see if anyone else needs help. Stay here and tend to the injured. And then the second the adults leave, some dumb kid is like, hey, I'm gonna go get some of our stuff from down there. And they're like, no, don't, you're gonna die. Anyway, he fucking dies. He gets stuck under a rock. And then Coco gets stuck down there trying to save him. And then, Agat, this guy's like, please, you're a witch, you have to save my son. And then Agat's like, haha, finally an opportunity to prove myself. And then she has a traumatic flashback of the Zeno Robinson kid. I forgot about him. Yeah, Agat has major mommy issues because, like, basically they're like, her entire childhood, all the adults were like, oh, you were born into this prestigious family and you're not even that good at magic. Oh, wow, you suck, blah, 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 blah. And so that's why Agat has has a lot of emotional trauma and baggage and wanting to grow up fast. And she basically like kind of freezes. And then Coco's like, Agat, you can do it, I believe in you. And I'm like... So that causes Agat to kind of like be able to focus a little bit, and then by the way, they're like, hey, they're like, meanwhile in an unrelated area, the witch police are like, hey, there's a thing happening, we should probably go investigate. And they're like, okay. Make this joke in a Discord. Dino Robinson's the guy you get when you don't want a fucking character to be voiced by a white person. Is the joke that he's actually voiced by Zeno Robinson? I don't know any of that, but that's funny. Anyway, so Agat makes a magic spell in her cloak because you can't let other people see the secret of magic. So she makes a spell in her cloak and she makes a giant like light bird. And they're like, oh, that's awesome, but like, how's that gonna help anyone? And basically she was just distracting them long enough for Coco to be able to make a spell. And she flew out of the thing. She broke the rock. She used the rock breaker spell on the thing, on the rock, and then got the guy out, and then used a little flying spell on her cape to fly up and get them both to safety. And I like this little moment where Coco's like, I can't get down, please help me. And the guy like just grabs her and like pulls her down. It's very funny. And then Coco's like, yay, we did it, and I'm so glad you're okay. And then Agat's like, get the fuck away from me. Don't you fucking touch me with your commoner hands. You bub from Dragon Ball. That used to be voiced by I don't know Dragon Ball either. Anyway, so the day is saved, but oh no, they get captured, and it's the police. And yeah, I think this character is the character that was in that Pride Month post. Hopefully he will appear more in season 2. But yeah, so they basically are like, hey, you're under arrest for using forbidden magic, and they're like, what do you fucking mean, what forbidden magic? And they're like, don't you see? And that fucking entire riverbank has been turned into sand. And they're like, any like Coco's spell fucked up everything for some reason, and turning the riverbank into sand and changing the terrain in this drastic of a way is forbidden magic. I'm not sure exactly what they mean by changing the terrain, because like they can break rocks and like do like make bridges and stuff, but like I guess they can't do anything of like on this scale. I don't know. And Coco's like, I didn't do that, I promise. I just made a simple tiny rock breaking spell. But they're like, yeah, sorry, we have to wipe your memories. No, that's what I'm saying about this show, like not having a consistent, having a varied tone. Did they use forbidden magic? I can't remember. I'll explain how this happened, but that's like the plot point of like the next couple episodes. But yeah, Coco used a rock breaking spell. Somehow all this happened, and they blame Coco for it, and they're gonna wipe her memory, and that's where the episode ends. I think that's where episode 7 ends. I thought they were just upset because this fucked up the environment. They say that like, oh, only a forbidden spell could have done this, because any spell that like drastically affects the terrain like this is a forbidden spell. So obviously you must have used a forbidden spell, and we're gonna wipe your memories because of that. Lots of dead fish right now. Yeah, that's one of the problems. And then there's this really creepy, like, the spell that they use to wipe her memory is like very creepy and like has little hands, is gonna grab at her, and she's like, no! And then all of a sudden, whoosh! They get saved by Keyfree and the others. Keyfree holds up a fucking water sword to his neck and is like, don't you fucking touch my goddamn students. So he's like, hey, look, Coco is just a student. I haven't taught her shit. She can't even use forbidden magic. She doesn't even know about forbidden magic. So like she possibly couldn't have done this. And he's like, okay, fine, you're right. Like Coco does like a little spell for them and shows like what she did, and they're like, yeah, a little spell like this couldn't possibly have done this. There must be more going on. We'll keep an eye on you, Keyfree and Coco, but you haven't seen the last of us yet. And then they leave, and I'm like, okay, bye. and there's like this again. We have like this. The ebb and flow of this show is very cool, because we have like the moment where like, oh no, riverbed is under attack, and then we like, yay, we saved the day, everything's fine, and like, oh hold on, we didn't save the day, everything's fucked up. And then yay, Keyfree saved, and like, oh, he's fighting the bad guys, and then they leave, and he's like, phew, that was a bit stressful, ain't it? And just like the very like again, this show is an effing roller coaster with its like emotional beats, highs and lows. Anyway, they make a bridge, which apparently isn't against the law, so people can get across. And then Kiefer's like, "Oh, Coco, your hat and vial is you dropped it, so here you go." And Coco's like, "Oh, thanks." And then Kiefer's like, "Wait, what the fuck's up with your vial?" So like again, we have another like up and down where we're like, oh, Coco's gonna get her memory wiped, and oh no, everything's she's saved by Kiefer and everything's fine, but like, oh no, something happened. Like that's just like the constant like twists and turns of the show. Is just like sometimes it gets comfy and cozy and everything's fine, and then sometimes it's just like a thriller basically. Is this part of episode 8? Yeah, okay. I have like 2 sentences for episode 8. Do you think Kiefer's jokey side is meant to be a trick? I think they're both parts of his like real personality, but he definitely I mean, I think as we talked about in the Bloom into You discussion, I don't think people are one-dimensional at all, and I think the writers write characters knowing that. So yes, the answer to your question is yes and no. He's being silly on purpose. I think he's being silly because he likes to be silly, and sometimes he uses that to like manipulate people. Like we'll talk about that later in episode next episode 9. But yeah, I think both. I think both aspects. Because I do think Kiefer genuinely cares about his students and their well-being and their ability to grow and their ability to grow and trying to nurture them. At the same time, I do think he also has a cold and manipulative side to him. Lies and half-truths vibe, yeah. That's why he's like one of the most interesting characters of the series. So anyway, so he sees something odd about Coco's flask, so he goes back to the town and asks the guy, the old man who knows about ink, to investigate Coco's ink vial. Because they're like, definitely during the Dragon arc, they messed with her vial. And here's a cool thing where he has like a magical seal. Tartar has like a magical seal on a doorknob, and he attaches it to the door, to a wall, and a door appears that can teleport to a inside. That's pretty cool. What did I miss? Holy, don't worry about it. I found a good anime called Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You. How long is that show? Hold on. Actually, hold on. Let's finish this arc and then we'll worry about that. Let me just pull it up in a tab so I don't forget. Because there's 2 anime about smoking this season. Okay, let me finish. Wait, let me finish. I have like two more sentences in my notes, and then we'll move on to the penultimate arc. So anyway, Kiefer basically asks this old guy about like, hey, you're master about inks. Do you know about what's going on with this ink? And they're like, there's something strange about this ink. And Kiefer, being the well-adjusted person he is, sees a interesting mystery and immediately tests it out. Because again, this is like that part of his personality that is kind of like risky and dangerous and kind of like self-sabotaging a little bit. Because like he knows that this is a bad idea, but he's like, this is the quickest way to find out about it, and I need to satisfy my curiosity. Where's my stylus? Because I was gonna make a motion of drawing that you would not be able to see because you can't see my hands, but you get the idea. Because like, yeah, he's like, I gotta figure out what the secret of this vial is. Anyway, Coco fucks up a bunch of jars, and she's like, oh, it's fine. We can just put the labels back on the jars. It's fine. So what is this green one? He's like, I don't know what this green one is. And he basically tells her to fuck off. And basically Kiefer makes a tiny little like light spell, and it basically flashbangs the entire building. And they find out that like Coco's bottle has been like tainted with, and the ink being the spells made with the tainted ink are like 15 times more powerful than they should be. So that's why Coco's Rockbreaker spell turned the entire river bank into sand, and why that little tiny light spell flashbanged the entire house. And yeah, foreshadowing Tartar's gray colored eyes. Because yeah, they do that a little bit like here, but that it's not till like next arc where they really go in on that. Anyway, so then this old man is like, listen, I know you told me not to say anything last time, but like I really have to go to the higher ups about this. They need to hear about this. I can't do anything. And then Kiefer's like, you will tell no one, and I will make sure you don't tell anyone. And then we cut. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. Anyway, Kiefer's like, hey, here you go. Sorry that, yeah, there was something wrong with your ink vial. But I got your replacement and a little bag, and it's all good. And Coco's like, yay! And then Coco is like, asks about like, I forget what the thing is called, but she asks about like a certain type of like genetic disorder or something. She's like, oh, what's Gray Hopper's syndrome or whatever. I forget the fudge the name of it. But Kiefer's like, oh yeah, basically it's like a birth defect where you're born without being able to see silver wash. Yeah, they're like, what's silver wash disease? And he's like, yeah, it's a birth defect where you're born and you can't see color and everything is gray. And if you're born with that, then you can't be a witch. And Coco's like, oh, well, sucks to be him. and that I didn't get a screenshot of it because I was just the entire time I forgot to hit the screenshot button. This version of the world, color blindness, it's worse than color blindness because it's like what people think color blindness is. Because color blindness, actual real world color blindness, is just, oh, you have trouble differentiating between these two shades of color. But what his color blindness is like, it's literally the entire world is in silver. That's just how he sees the world, and he can't be a witch for some reason because of that. Because like you need to be able to see color and stuff to do complex spells. Because there's like, because you can like use different dyes to augment your spells. Like if you use a dyed ink, that's color blindness. Look up color blindness, or like the most common form of color blindness. Anyway, so he asks his grandfather, like, hey, what was up about that giant flash of light a couple minutes ago? What's up about that? And his grandfather's like, what flash of light are you talking about? I don't remember such a thing. And Tartar's like, wah! So yeah, Kiefer it's not outright stated, but Kiefer 100% wiped that dude's memory. 100% wiped that dude's memory. Not his entire memory, just his memory of the ink bottle, just so he doesn't blab to other people about the ink bottle. Monochromatic color blindness. Isn't that like a super rare form of color blindness though? Monochromatic Miku. A rare condition where the eye color detecting cone cells are absent or do not function, forcing individuals to see only in shades of black, white, and gray. Roughly 1 in 30,000 people. That's still like gray. I still think this is more dramatic than that. Humans, monochromacy is one of several other types of severe inherited acquired diseases, including acrophascia, blue crone, altogether affecting about 1 in 30,000 people. Okay. But like, when most people say they're colorblind, they don't mean like black and white. Like, people say dogs are colorblind. They just can't see they just don't see the difference between red and blue. Like, that's their color blindness. Like, that's not, they can still see like yellows and things like that. Also, the whole you can't be a witch due to silver wash is a very real experience. Like, yes, you can't work with, I think you can't work with machines if you're colorblind, since you can't differentiate between wires and buttons and the like. Yeah, I get what they're trying to say. Like, they just didn't really explain it super well. Because spoilers, later he does write a spell. And it's not like he can do a whole bunch of complicated spells that involve like dyeing your ink. But like, the normal spells that they use are just in black and white. Trying to find a good example. Like, yeah, here, those are just two colors, black and white. Like, it'd be a little harder. Like, if you wanted to write like a black spell on a gray surface, that might be a little bit difficult. But other than that, like, I don't know. Like, I know what the show is going for, and I like how I like how the show handles disabilities and stuff like that. I just don't think they explained it super clear here, but I get it anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. So one strange to have a certain scene later with Tarta. I think that's coming up. I think that's like literally the next episode. Okay, real fast before we have like 3 more pages of notes and only like 5 episodes left. No, it is normal length episodes. It's going on the list of smoking behind the supermarket with you. Supa no ura de una ni sura ni su futari. Summer 26. It is relatively popular. What the fudge? It was not this high up earlier when I checked. Because I have a list of like 15 different anime that I might want to cover in the spring season. Because again, I don't like watching anime like week by week, but like when it finishes airing, then it's super on the table. So I'll put that in there. That's not the right copy and paste I wanted to do. It's like a slice of life show, so I don't know if I'd have a whole lot to say about it, but that hasn't stopped me before. Because yeah, there's a lot of summer anime I'm interested in. There's a Yuri anime, Chainsmoker Kaz, the other smoking anime, the Godzilla waifu show, Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games, which is Yuri fighting Street Fighter. Like, it's like a show where girls play Street Fighter, and also there might be Yuri aspects to it. There's also Sayonara Lara. That's like a mermaid, and I like mermaids. So there's a lot of summer anime that I will have to get to in September and October. But don't have to worry about that now. But I will add Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You to that list. Because I wasn't initially interested, but since it's very well... Like, I think only 1 or 2 episodes are out, and it already has like an 83 on any list. So I'm like, okay, I might be interested. I might be interested. Okay, closing this now. Whatever your name was, Weekender, smoking behind the supermarket on you. With you on you, smoking behind the supermarket on you. With you is now officially on the list. Oh my god, it's already 3.5 hours into the stream. Yeah, definitely when I have a longer anime like this to talk about, I should definitely start earlier. Blame Tevin. Blame Tevin. I wanted to start late because Tevin usually doesn't show up until late. V. Oh my god. Okay, for some reason Control-Shift-V doesn't work on OBS, but Control-V does. I'm just used to doing Control-Shift-V because I never want to copy over the format that they're doing. Anyway, so we're on episode 9. So 9. I think episode 9 and 10 might be my favorite arc. I don't know. No, it might be my favorite arc. Anyway, Coco tries to pick a fruit from a tree, and it goes too strong and uproots the tree. And again, blue hair girl makes good faces. Anyway, Keyfree basically explains that there are 5 tests that witches take. The first one is to become an apprentice. Second one is to be able to use magic in front of other people, like being able to hide that you're using magic in front of other people. And the third test is the one that Coco is interested in, that makes you like a full-time witch and gives you access to the library, and the library is where they have information on like forbidden spells, and where Coco might be able to recognize the forbidden spell that killed her mom to be able to undo it. So it's the third test that she is interested in. But the second test is the one that Agata is interested in, and the test locations form a star. I don't know. And then Riche, is it Riche? I don't have a memory longer than like 5 seconds. Riche is like, I don't, sorry, I can't, I'm trying to doing her accent. She like whispers in British. I don't like to take tests. I don't like what to do, what other people tell me to do. I want to do my own thing. Fuck tests. I also had to turn on subtitles for her when she talked, because like she whispers and mutters, and like I can't, even without non-American accents, I can't hear that. Everyone with their color coordinated outfits. You're right, that's funny. I didn't notice that. I was gonna say, is this off topic? But if it's about being sad, then it's always on topic with me. I said this to my friend who was sad, which I will not say. It's something I'm too lazy to say. He was sad, and you know what I said? Cry me a river. I feel so bad. I walked off, yeah. And then I said it in my head now, and I feel like a jerk. Listen. If it's any consolation, no matter what you said to your sad friend, it cannot be worse than what things my mom has said to me while I've been sad and crying. My mom is an expert at saying the absolute worst thing at the absolute worst time. She doesn't do it intentionally. She's a nice lady, but she is just does not know what to say a lot of the time. Like, I'd be like depressed and talking about how miserable my life is, and then she's like, have you ever tried not being sad? Have you ever considered the fact that it's your fault? She doesn't quite say it like that, and she means well. She is just not the most articulate when it comes to consoling me when I am sad. Which, you know, fair enough. Nobody's perfect. Me too. Again, no matter how bad you think what you've said to a sad person is, it could always be worse. I would know. Anyway, moving on. So she's like, I don't want to take tests, fuck you. And Kiefer's like trying to do an experiment with a bottle, and then Agat's like, hey, what are you doing up so late? And he's like, nothing. So Kiefer basically determines that like there was a spell put in Coco's vial, that a forbidden spell that connects to bottles basically. So whatever is placed in one bottle is also placed in the other bottle. So they put some cursed shit into their bottle that's linked to Coco's bottle, and made her ink cursed, and that's what caused the incident with the sand river. The sand river got better, it was fine. All those fish died, but it's fine, don't worry about it. Anyway, so he tries to take the little coin out that is causing the curse so he can investigate it, but it's trapped and it's shocked into lightning, and Kiefer almost dies because he's sucked up into a water vacuum and electrocuted and nearly dies. And then the brim hat's like, oh ho ho, hoi doi doi, you thought you could. They have like this like Scottish accent or something. You thought you could have a little fun, and you find out what our secret is. It's too late. I'm already here. I'll taking this coin from you. And then he breaks the vial with the cursed vial, and then fucks off. And then he's like, damn it. And then also at the same time, Coco's having nightmares about her dead mom, so they didn't get much sleep that night. And I like that scene for Kiefer, because like that's one of his like more like, not necessarily his darker side, but like his self-destructive side, his like, I'm gonna find this out even if it kills me because I want to know. Like, he could have died. Like, he could have talked to somebody, he could have gotten help, but like, he wanted to figure this out. He wanted to be the one to figure this out. He didn't want this going up to the ranks. He wanted to get to the bottom of this himself, and he here nearly died. So yeah. Again, Kiefer's a cool character. And he's like definitely high, and you can see in this scene where like he's trying to hide it from his students because he doesn't want them to get hurt. So like these both can be true at the same time, of him doing this reckless experiment and also at the same time not wanting his students to get hurt. But like, what is he didn't necessarily think all the way through. Like, he was too reckless and narrow-minded and didn't necessarily think through, like, if I experiment with this and die, what will happen to my students? You know, he didn't think that far. I want to watch this. There's always the VOD, but thank you for staying around. Anyway, Kiefer's really cool. Anyway, Kiefer's a very like complex and interesting character. So Kiefer is like tired, and Coco is tired, and Kiefer's tired because he was up all night getting murdered, and Coco's tired because she was up all night having nightmares about her dead mom and how it was her fault. Anyway, so Coco starts working herself really hard, and she gets got shoes fixed, and then she passes out because she overworked herself and now she's sick. I think there's a word for that in Japanese. I can't remember it off the top of my head. And then Agat is like, why are you so kind to me? You could have told, like, back when I tried to kill you in that test, when I made you take that test, you could have told Kiefer that it was me that made you take that test, but you didn't. Why are you protecting me? And Coco's like, cause I like you and you're nice. I want to be nice to you. And she's like, this does not compute. Why are you being so nice to me? I'm a fucking asshole. But Coco's just a sweet little, the sweetest cinnamon roll in the bakery. I think I said one time. But she's great. And then she passed out, and then so Keyfree is like trying to Keyfree like drops a pot because it's like his fingers are still numb from the electricity. So he's out taking a walk, and then Agat, showing a moment of sincerity, like runs over to Keyfree with her flying shoes and is like, Coco's sick, you gotta help her. And so they take this surfboard looking thing. It's also late, so we're gonna try to be quiet a little bit. So he takes this like surfboard looking thing, and which is really cool, but completely lost it because I lost the plot because this is like a serious moment where like Coco's about to die, but I'm like, how does this cool surfboard work? Because it kind of like glides across the air, and he like kind of pushes it through, like paddles it with his stick, and I think that's really cool. And then we cut back to I love how I can't fight the urge to say what Coco fucked up on with the shoes. Yeah, because right in this moment, Keyfree's like, oh god, why are your shoes so fast? And she's like, it's because Coco fucked up the lines and made them too long, and now the shoes are too fast. But anyway, that's not important right now. Coco's dying. Yeah, she's just dying from overworking, which is not a Japanese thing, but it has a word. It's common enough in Japan that it has a word for it. I can't remember it. Wish I could stay, but I got it because it's one scene next time. Yeah, no, go watch the VOD. I usually end stream around this time, but the last two streams are just don't worry about it. Yeah, God did keep the shoes like that, and Keyfree summarizes like, well, you know, Agat kept the shoes that you, seems to like the shoes that you gave her. She hasn't thrown them out or changed them or anything. So maybe Agat is kind of warming up. I don't know. Anyway, so they go to the capital, and we cut to I just wanted to make sure I got that line down. We cut to Tartar, who has a very good line. All the better to keep the speed shoes. Yeah, the speed shoes are really good. If she can control them, then they're good. But yeah, Tartar, the colorblind kid, has a really good line. All the other kids are like, oh, why are you not using magic? Aren't you a witch? Why do you have to take the ferry? Can't you just fly home? And he's like, ah, don't worry about it. And then he has a good line where he's like, people who know little always have a lot to say. And I'm like, for real, Tartar. Because, like, I don't know what the fudge it is about people who don't know about other people's lived experiences, but they're like, I have a lot of opinions on this thing I know nothing about. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? And there's this screenshot. People who know little always have a lot to say. I'm like, for real? I made a whole rant about this last anime stream. But, like, you don't have to have an opinion on everything. If you don't know, then you don't have to say anything. Like, people always want to, like, yap about things they know absolutely nothing about. Being like, I know you have a disability and I don't know anything about that, but here's what I think. No one fucking asked you. You're still talking. So that's my new favorite line, is people who know little always have a lot to say. And then that's immediately followed by one of my favorite Keyfree moments, where Tartar just directly asks Keyfree about, hey, what happened to my grandfather's memory? Fargo, I just wanted to say, waste your time. Playlist is 12 hours. Waste your time. My playlist is 12 hours, 7 minutes. I saw no playlist on your channel. Anyway, so Tartar is like, hey, I have a very serious question to ask you. Can I ask you a question, Keyfree? And he wants to ask about his grandfather's memories. And Keyfree, manipulative as fuck, says, oh, sure, what do you want to know? I'm always down to answer somebody's question. Oh, let me know. Yeah, I'll tell you anything. Oh, great, no problem. Oh, I'm always willing to teach a young disciple, and completely kills the mood, and then he's like, oh, well, now it's really awkward to bring it up, and I think Kiefer knew what he was doing. That is manipulative as fuck. That is, I will give you that, Tevin. Like, Kiefer 100% acted like weird and silly and killed the mood on purpose to make that serious question that Tartar wanted to ask difficult to ask. Dodged that shit better than a politician. Because it was all serious. And then Kiefer's like, oh, sure, what do you want to know? Awesome, great, I love teaching people things. And Tartar's like, well, now I can't ask this serious question. It's a little awkward. So he just completely dodges the question. I mean, in my music playlist, I don't know what music playlist you're talking about. Don't mind while I post. I have siblings and they always go on my account. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, so Kiefer can't use any medicine magic because any magic that affects the body is forbidden, but he can make a cooling water spell to help with Coco's fever. See you later, Weekender. Next stream will probably be Tuesday, and I will try not to go too late. I'll start it early. Anyway, so Kiefer makes a little water spell, and this is the episode that has really good lighting, because right now it's like dusk, it's not that impressive. It gets impressive. Yeah, there's also one where I don't have a lot of notes because I was just like glued to the screen. But yeah, you see how like the lighting gets really like low here, and like the sun is going down, and like the sun like almost completely goes down, but it's like still over the horizon, and like that's a really specific time of day, and like the show effing nails it. Kiefer looks extra sinister with both eyes covered, yeah, with the anime glasses glare. But yeah, I just really like this lighting and time of day, because like they nailed it absolutely, because it's not like it's nighttime yet, because the sun is still exists, but everything is still in shade. Is like the twilight of twilight times. Anyway, so there's a fire downtown, and he's like, hey, you're a witch, you gotta help us put out this fire. You know why Kiefer's glasses are like that? Is it a spoiler? Because if it's a spoiler, do not say, but I don't know. If I had to guess, he has like a Sharingan or something. There's something going on with his other eye. But again, no spoilers. Anyway, so there's a fire going on, and Coco's like, and Kiefer is like, I can't go, I have to be with Coco because she's very sick. And Coco's like, no, go, I'm okay, it's fine, don't worry about it. And Kiefer's like, okay, if you're sure. And then the second Kiefer leaves, Coco's like, actually, I didn't want him to go because I really don't want to be alone right now because I'm scared and sick. And then Tartar is like, hey, I forgot my witch hat, and they won't let me on the witch boat without my witch hat, because the witch boat uses witch magic, and they can't let outsiders know about the witch magic, so they don't let them on the boats. And can't remember if it's a spoiler, and I feel like they say it super casually. Wait until, saying the manga was so confused, I said it was supposed to like I know already. Wait until we wait until we're like near the end, and then if you still remember, say it then. But right now I just want to talk about the episode 10. So Tartar is like, oh, everyone in the hospital is gone because they're going to take care of the fire, so I can find the medicine for you. It's in a green bottle. Oh shit, I don't know which is the green bottle. And he gets really frustrated, and he has a childhood flashback. Good, I'm glad you got pictures of these. Yeah. And he's like sad because like everyone growing up is like, oh, you're broken, your disability makes you less of a person, and you know, you'll never be a witch. But, you know, thanks to, he works with Coco, and Coco's like, hey, you know, you can try thinking of ways to, you know, work around it, or, like, work with your disability. So they make a, what do they do? I don't think I got a shot of it, but basically, they're like, hey, you know that water bottle that we use? It drags in moisture. So if we, basically how these spells are made is that they take these objects and then mix them in with water, and then that's how these potions are made. So if we unmix them with water, take the water out, then we can see the raw materials, right? Yeah, I like this, all this Tartar point of view that we get. The colors are really nice. Interesting to how the manga handled this, because the manga's always in black and white. Yeah, you can't do that in the manga since it's monochromatic. So he's like, okay, even with, I know it's a powder, so and I know it smells, it doesn't have a smell. And he's like, okay, even knowing all that, I'm still down to 3 and I don't know which one it is. And then Coco, like, makes a little spell in order to undo the, basically she does she inverts the stone crusher spell that turns the rock into sand. So she turns the sand back into its original form. And then Coco's like, I'm not very good at drawing spells, you could probably do it better. And he's like, no, I can't, I'm colorblind, I can't do it. And she's like, oh, yes, you can. You just have to believe in yourself. And, like, yes, there are certain things that he can't do because he's colorblind. This is not one of them. He's very good at being precise and drawing precise lines, because that's basically what he has to do as, like, a job in his, like, taking care of organizing inventory or whatever he does. So he's able to draw a spell of his own and uses his own things that make him unique in order to draw a little spell that reverses the dustification and turns the dust back into a plant. And he's like, I did it! My very first spell! I can do it! It's beautiful! And, like, that's a really good moment. I like that a lot. Because it's like, yes, there are certain things you can't do because of your disability. That doesn't mean that you can't do anything, though. That just means you have to work with your disability in order to do the things that you want to do. Not exactly sure if it's Silverwash is monochromatic. The way it's described feels like it is, but when he looks at Coco, her hair looks pink from his POV. I think this might be his POV, definitely not this. But I want to say no, it's all pretty monochromatic. But yeah, there's definitely, this is supposed to be a POV, and there's definitely some yellow-ish over here. So maybe it's more complicated than that, or maybe the anime just took some liberties. So he's like, I can make a spell, and it's like this beautiful moment where, like, he makes a little glowy plant. And again, the lighting is really good because the sun is coming up, but it's not quite come up over the horizon yet. It's like the opposite of when the sun went down, but it wasn't completely dark. It's like the sun hasn't quite come up, but it's not completely light yet. That's a very cool part of the day. And yeah, you can even see, like, the lighting change. Like, the lighting is so good in the show. You have no idea. There's a pinkish colorblindness, can't remember what it's called. Anyway, so basically, as he's doing that, he runs into a nurse, and she's like, you think the fucking hospital was empty? You think we would just leave the hospital empty? And so a nurse, or like another, like, doctor or whatever, gives Coco the medicine. And then she's like, oh, you have a knack for medicine. You ever thought of being a doctor? And he's like, I can't because I'm colorblind. She's like, oh, I don't know about that one. Idiots. You really think the entire hospital would be empty? Like, we weren't thinking. We're dumb kids. Be nice to us. I think this show is also good at, like, portraying children as children, because we always have the meme of, like, JoJo characters being like 16 but acting like looking and acting like adults anyway. But here the kids are like actually kids. Like they make dumb, emotional, rational decisions and jump to conclusions a lot of the time. Titan Titanopic colorblindness. Naruhodo ne. Very interesting. So anyway, Coco's healed. Tartar has a renewed sense of faith in himself. And Coco has a new hint. Coco's like, you can reverse spells by inverting the signs. So if I can find out the spell that turned my mom into a statue, then I could invert it and undo the spell, theoretically. And also I like this. They have a little boat where they have like this almost completed circle, and then there's just like a little thing missing, and then when it slides into place, it causes the wind and shoots them away. And then they have a nice little parting where Tartar's like, I'm gonna make you a fucking wand, the best fucking wand in the entire world, and I'm gonna use magic with my own hand, I promise. And she's like, yay, I'm looking forward to it, good luck. And they have a nice little parting. And then they ride back on his little surfboard. Again, I would love to, they don't explain how the surfboard works. I would love to know how the surfboard works. I'm assuming it's just like a wind spell that hovers it above the air, and that you can like row it to make it go fast. I don't know, man. And then also later, Keyfree's like, hey, can we talk about this another, I'll answer the question you wanted to ask me earlier. Can we talk about it another time? And Tartar's like, fine. And I also like how they don't draw the full sigil, but even in like zoomed out shots, they still show like the circle on his shoe. They still draw like the circle on his shoe, showing that he has magic shoes. Probably same as a flying spell, but on the shoes, yeah, probably just a lower amount of flying, so it can't go up, but it can't go like down either. But like, is it always active? Why does he have a shoe on it like that? My best guess is that there's something on top of it, and by pulling it down, by making the little rope cloth around the surfboard taut, it like completes the circle, and that's what makes it float. I don't know, because they usually have ways of like turning spells off and on like this. So I don't know, man. And then there was like this fucking cool guy that's just a fucking hat and cloak shows up, because they're talking about like, oh, you know, I have used a forbidden spell and abandoned my physical form. I have transcended beyond my physical form, and like, he's cool as fuck. And that's the end of the arc. It's a really good arc. I like it. I like Keyfree experimenting with the cursed vial. I like the whole Tartar over trying to not necessarily overcome, but like work around his disability and use his own strengths and weaknesses. It's fun. Anyway, we're almost done. I'm almost out of water. Episode 11 to 13. Last batch of episodes. So, Agat starts by, is like, hey, look at these dumb wolves. In order to do mating season, they have to take off their protective coating. And I'm like, if they didn't have to make babies, then they wouldn't have to be weak. And like, why do you have to be weak so you can be with others or whatever? I don't know. She also whines about, she starts questioning she's ever learned. She's like, okay, if Coco can learn magic by being an outsider, then what is the difference between witches and normal people? Almost as if everything I grew up learning is wrong and racist, maybe? I don't know. Probably not racist, but you get the idea. She's starting to question the society that she's living in, and that's exactly what the higher-ups don't want, and that's probably why Keyfree is keeping such a low tabs on this. Because they don't want people thinking these thoughts of, like, what is the real difference between witches and normal people. Anyway, this arc is basically Riche's art. Almost like classism is wrong. I know, it's crazy. Anyway, Riche, this is like Riche's arc, where basically she wants to be unique and create spells of her own making, and that's why she doesn't want people doing what other people want her to do. And she also has a hidden cubby inside of a pot, because the pot has like a false bottom and like leads to like this little maze, and like they didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do this. And they could have just had this scene take place in Riche's room. They didn't have to make this whole little like pot thing and little cool little cave. Like, that's awesome. Anyway, and so Coco finds this, and Riche explains that she made that these crystal ribbons are basically her own creation, and she wants to make own unique creations, and she's worried that by like studying other people's spells that she'll lose her individuality. And I'm like, okay, I respect it. A little stubborn, but I respect it. Because like on one hand, like you can't learn if you don't do from what other people, if you don't learn from other people, but at the same time, learning from other people does influence you in ways and can kind of, don't worry about it. Can you Schneider? Don't worry about it. She's right and wrong at the same time. She's go to therapy. Anyway, they're like, oh, anyway, so they're like, oh, we got a letter. And apparently this is how they send letters in this world. There it is. Is this the thing you wanted to talk about? So like, they're just sitting there, and then this thing starts moving on its own and starts writing a letter. And they're like, oh, we got mail. Magic fax machine. I really want to know how this works. They don't explain it at all. Like, my best guess is that it's some, like, it's moving via wind magic, and it's being controlled remotely using, like, that teleportation magic from earlier that they used on the door to teleport to different places. So maybe that's what's going on here, but, like, yeah, I just love how this thing just starts moving on its own and writing a letter, and they're like, oh, we got a fax. The magic fax machine. I'm not officially out of water, so we gotta end this soon. Okay, so, the letter is basically, Agatz gets to take her second test because she showed off that she can use magic while hiding it in front of other people. She gets to take the second test in order to do that officially. So they go to this place, and they have this cool little snake structure thing that'll be relevant later. I don't know what the screenshot is about. So they basically like immediately go to the test site. Like there was no like, oh, you've been approved for your second test. Let's go right fuck now. Like there's no preparation or interim. And then the mascot, which I think is called Brush Buddy, is like, holy shoot, a giant brush buddy. But it was an illusion, and hey, look, it's her again. So they're like, okay, here's what she's like the test proctor. She's the test giver. So she's like, okay, here's your test. Wear these cloaks that disguise you to look like these guys. And your test is to escort some fucked up looking penguins through a cursed tunnel. Cause like, what the fuck are these guys? Test proctor, yes, okay. I don't often run into that word. Anyway, so like, what? They look like penguins, but they have wings, and they're like quadrupeds. Like, I don't get it. And they have long ears. They're very weird looking. But yeah, so like, use these cloaks that disguise you as penguins, and they're like, isn't transformation magic illegal? And they're like, it's not transformation magic, it is disguise magic, so you're still the same, but to the outside you look like a penguin. And now everyone's penguins. I'm just gonna say fucked up looking penguin. Anyway, so I don't even think I get a picture of the rando, this guy. So there's 3 people taking the test. There's this rando who has an asshole fucking teacher. And he's like, oh yeah, my dumb student's failed this test twice before. He'll probably fail again. He's such a fucking idiot. I'm leaving. Bye. And they're like, he really fucking left. That's crazy. Yeah. It's British Deku. You're right. You're not wrong. Anyway, hello, random character that got introduced at the beginning of an arc. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to you by the end of this arc. Absolutely nothing bad happens to characters that were introduced at the very beginning of the arc. Just to be in this arc. Nothing bad will happen to him. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And also, another person taking the test is Liche. And she's like, why the fuck did you sign me up? Why the fuck did you sign me up for this test? I didn't fucking ask you to sign me. I fucking hate tests. And he's basically like, hey, you know, I know you hate tests, but I want you to grow. I want you to, you know, continue learning and evolving. And I think this will be good for you. So can you please give this test a try? And she's like, fine, but if I don't like it, I'm never trusting you again. And then they have a great time at the test. Enyou, okay, I just call him the rando. Because basically after his teacher leaves, it's a bunch of pre-established characters and this rando, and I'm like, surely nothing bad will happen to this rando. Shows never introduce characters at the beginning of arcs just to immediately kill them off. No, that never happens. he's gonna be a reoccurring character that will appear many times throughout the series. Oh yeah, I don't know where the fudge it is, but Keyfree has a, oh my gosh, my effing blanket on the back of my chair keeps falling off because I have the fan pointed at me. Whatever. Enyou? Okay. Anyway, I forgot his name 100%, I'm gonna be honest with you, even though I just watched these episodes last night. But yeah, there's a good Keyfree quote. Also, for some reason, my autocorrect kept changing Keyfree to wifey. So take that as you will. But there's a good Keyfree quote, because the god is like stressing about not practicing enough and she's not ready for the test. And Keyfree says, approach it as the person you are now in service to the person you'll be next time. And I'm like, I like that. Because I'm like, yeah, you know, I might not be perfect, but, you know, I want to be better in the future, so I'm going to put in the work now in service of the person that I'm going to become. I like that quote. It also tries to correct it to Winfrey. Winfrey is a Full Metal Alchemist character. You dumbass autocorrect. Anyway, so they do the test and they're like, hold on, 1 second. Be better today than you were yesterday. It's not quite that. It's like, approach it as the person you are now in service to the person you'll be next time. That's a Winry. Okay, I don't know what it's correcting it to. You're still streaming? You're still awake. Oh my god, go to bed. Watch the VOD. I'm almost done. I have like 2 pages of notes left. So anyway, they do the test and they're like, oh shit, this will be more complicated than it is, because they're like, oh yeah, these are ruins from the before times where people just used forbidden spells willy-nilly. So you're gonna have to go around, and they're like, oh, these are spelled, so they're like basically anti-gravity, so we can just like walk along them. But certain stones don't have the magic thing, so if you step on those certain stones, then you'll fly away and fail the challenge. And so a guy uses water to show what the right paths are. So that's cool. I'm too stubborn to leave. And then we have a flashback of Riche, who I think is that other guy. We don't see his face, but it looks like that other guy from the back. who was like, oh, you can't use unique spells, you have to practice what everyone else is doing. And we all know Riche hates that. So that's why she's with Keyfree. And then the fucked up looking penguin is all cute, and Agat is like, oh, I'm not gonna be fooled by your cuteness. And then the rando has a nice little arc. He gets stuck in the way of like, oh, here's how you're supposed to pass this test, and here's what you need to do, and he gets stuck in the way of like what you're supposed to do, and Riche basically says that there's no one right answer, and you have to find the way yourself. And that's why, like, oh, you know, he was like, oh, you're supposed to use a spell to mimic the calls of the fucked up penguins in order to get them to follow you. And she's like, I'm just gonna do it a different way. And he's like, that's not what you're supposed to do. And she's like, there's not one way of doing things. You can do it however you want. Not everything has one solution. And I'm like, that's a nice little thing. Not sure if that guy is the same guy as Enyou's teacher. I feel like they would brought it up in some way. I don't know. It was an asshole teacher, and he's an asshole's teacher, so I just assumed they were the same person, but there's a lot of asshole teachers. And so they have this waterfall, this break in the road, and they can't fly because the gravity is weird in this cave. So they have to find a way across, and meanwhile, this cool hat and cloak guy is stalking them. So DJ's solution is to make a little stone rope to ride down. Agat's solution is to make a little bridge. And Rando is just like is having an anxiety attack because he's like, I never practiced this. It wasn't on the test. I don't know what to do. And he basically has anxiety where he can't draw in front of others because they're like, you're gonna have to be creative and draw like a unique spell. And he's like, I pre-made all my spells because I can't draw in front of people because I have anxiety. And my hands can't stop shaking and stuff like that. So again, instead of just fixing his ailment, fixing his condition, he doesn't get fixed. He just finds a way to work around that. So he edits the illusion spell. So instead of turning himself into what looks like a fucked up looking penguin, he turns himself invisible. And now he can draw in front of other people because nobody can see him. And I'm like, that's nice. Binder fucking killed this scene, by the way. The guy who, the rando kid, Enyou. Because yeah, he did very much like have the like, I'm so scared, I'm gonna pee my pants, I'm so scared. Like, he really sold those emotions. I know I just made fun of that, but like, no, he did really sell the emotions of like somebody in the middle of a panic attack. If that's what you're talking about. So he's like, yeah, now I can create spells in front of other people because I'm not technically in front of other people. And he's like, I can do things if I try hard enough. I'm not a failure like my parents and teacher said. So it's a nice little arc. I don't know why Riche made this face. And yeah, it's kind of like Tartar from last arc where, you know, they're not fixing their disability, but they're learning to work with it and to solve the problems and do the things that they want to do. So it's very nice. Anyway, so then the cool guy that's just a hat and cape kidnaps the test giver girl, and she's like, don't trust the brimmed hats, they want to deceive you, and then she disappears. And then they're like, well, fuck. We'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this later. It was at this point that I realized that the ending was spoiling something that was coming up, but we will talk about it when we get there. We're almost there. We're almost done. I should have started the stream sooner. Whatever. Anyway, so before getting kidnapped, the test proctor girl through her hat made her hat into a bird and threw it out of the thing. And they're like, oh, what does this mean? And Keyfree's like, I don't know, but usually witches do not just casually throw away their hat because it's very valuable. It's probably a sign of something bad happening. You girls stay here. Oh shit, the snake tunnel entrance is alive and trying to kill us. And then they fall down a fucking pit, and Keyfree gets knocked unconscious because he gets a big fucking rock in his back, and they fall to the ground and die. Anyway. There's also this funny moment where they're like, hey, you're not disguised as the penguin anymore. And he's like, oh shit. And then they have this funny moment where Riche and Agat are penguins. I think it's funny. Anyway, Cape Guy shows up. He tries to suck up the rando, but Riche saves him and goes bleh, does the anime bleh. Nobody, listen, that's another old anime thing that has almost died out completely. We don't have toast in mouth. Air vents are making a comeback. Hair air vents are making a comeback, so we're happy about that. But also the stick out your eye and pull down your eyelid thing is not a thing that happens very often, so I was very surprised to see it here. So then they run away and they're like, there's another bridge outing, and also that guy's gonna catch up to us. So they turn the entire bridge. Air vents. Do you not know what I'm talking about? Oh my god. Hey, if you want to know why this stream is lasting 15 hours, it's Tevin's fault. Anime hair vents. These things. Do not remove anime girls' hair vents. They are a vital organ for facilitating gas exchange to control body temperature, and without them they will overheat and die. Hair vents. It's like they go up and they go like the hair goes like up and down to make a little like vent. It's very fun. It's very funny. And it was very popular like in the 90s, early 2000s, and then it kind of disappeared for a while, and now it's kind of making a comeback. But I don't know what it's called. Don't worry about it. I don't want to know what it's called. They're called hair vents. Anyway, moving on. Bring back hair vents. Bring back toast in mouth. Bring back whatever this face is. They're all very good, and I like them and I miss them. Anyway, so they turn the path into an ice, and they make a little sled, and they go and they slide down. And our guy uses her little air shoes to propel them, and they just go beating up. And I like the little basket they made for the fucked up looking penguins. And then Riche is like, I don't know what to do. I can't make any spells because I don't know many spells. And Rando is like, here, you can borrow my spell book because we can work together and make up for our weaknesses. And that's a little cute little moment. Anyway, Cape Guy catches up to them, fucking grabs a guy, and she's like, oh shit, I'm gonna fucking die. And he's like, let's see how you like having a fucking forbidden spell on you. And he starts carving a forbidden spell into her arm, and she's like, no, fuck, god damn it, I don't want to lose everything I've worked up to this point. And I'm like, this is when it fucking turns horror. Actually, no, never mind, because everything's fine, yippee! Because, Rando used his invisibility to make a magic circle to break out the floor. And, yeah, you can see there's a little rope on the left side of this. Yeah, God does give a good performance. Like, she does blood-curdling screams during this scene as this guy tries to, like, transform her into, like, a monster or whatever. Anyway, so Rando guy uses his invisibility to break open the floor, and everything's like, yay, everything's fine! Except fucking Rando gets kidnapped, And he's like, okay, you know, I couldn't do it to a god, but I can do it to you. You're expendable. You're a character that's expendable. I can't do it to a main character, but I can do it to you. And then they're like, wait, where did the rando go? And then some sort of dark energy starts, like, this is where the fun animation, I was just like screaming during this. You don't understand, because like just the lighting in general, like, gets darker and darker, and they're like, oh, what the fuck's that? And then they're like, oh, it's the rando, he's okay. And he's like, help me. Then he fucking starts turning into like the fucking werewolf monster, and like I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It does have really good animation, and that makes it worse. Because like the animation of like, they didn't have to put all their eggs into the one basket. That they put all their eggs into was the fucking animation of this man being mutated into a fucking werewolf guy. And it's like, oh, it's so fucking creepy. No offense, OMG, it's a furry. You're in the right place, I guess. Anyways, transformation fucking immaculate. Reminds me of the effect they used for when Naruto turned to Nine Tails. Yeah, except it's way more like a Cthulhu-arian horror. I forget what that genre of horror is called, but just like sweet man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Anyway, so he turns into a dog and then leaves, and then fucks off. And I'm like, okay, bye. Anyway, so Riche gets really fucking mad, and then he just kind of leaves, and I'm like, okay, bye. So yeah, remember earlier when I'm like, nothing bad can happen to the rando? He just got introduced. Why would they introduce someone just to kill him off? But he's not dead. He's just oh yeah, this shot looks like the Nine Tails. Yeah, you're right, with all the eyes and the tails and whatnot. Yeah. So anyway, okay, bye. And then Reaches like, we have to run, where he still might be there. He's gonna kill us. And the god's like, okay, listen, you run, you take the penguins to the exits, and I will go back and I'll go save the rando. Kill the furry. Don't kill the furry. Furry did not do anything wrong. We want to save the rando. So anyway, Agat goes to rescue the rando, and Riche continues forward to go to the exit of the cave. Meanwhile... But yeah, I 100% did not buy when that almost happened to Agat, because I'm like, Agat's a main character. Again, the show is very good at doing twists and turns, but like, they were not being... The two times the show was not subtle. When the mom basically set a death flag, and when they introduced like a red shirt, basically. I want to skin the furry. I get you a timeout in this chat. I don't know how to tell you this. We love furries here. How long do you get? You get a 5 minutes. You get a 5 minutes. Go to bed. Go to bed. Come back on Tuesday. We love furries here. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm sorry you weren't here for the last like 2 months when we went for the gay furry arc. Which is why I'm not banning you, but you know, you just get 5 minutes. It's okay. You'll be fine. See you on Tuesday. Anyway, so yeah, show is very good at twists and turns, but like these two times the show was not being subtle. Anyway, so Coco, Tatia, and Keyfree are at the bottom of a hole. And it's not looking so good. His glasses got cracked. That's how you know it's bad. And then she's like, "Oh, are you okay?" And he like grabs her hand. And is like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. He just got a little scary looking." He's like, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Are you okay?" And anyway, these fucking, they get assaulted by golden zombies. because basically the backstory of this place is that like the civilization turned anyone they deemed not to be worthy into golden statues, and threw them into this pit. And so basically these statues are coming to life, and they really fucking hate witches because the witches turned them into golden zombies. So there's just like a million of them, and they look all fucked up and creepy. And and Kiefer's injured. I'm DMing you a picture what I see in the art thing. Okay, give me like 2 seconds. Just spoiler alert, we're almost done. So Kiefer's injured. He's got like he's got a head injury and like a really bad back injury. But he's like, I can't let these girls down. I have to protect them. You stay here. And then they have a good shot of like they're holding hands, and then they slowly like back off, and then he walks and he's like, stay behind me, stay very close. And then he starts like glowing magic, and the art style gets really funky, and then that's the end of the fucking season. I fucking hate it. Then the season fucking ends. Why does this happen all the time now? Now all of a sudden I decide that I want to be up to date on anime, and I want to watch new anime. So I'm like, okay, season 1 just finished, let's watch that. And then it all of a sudden anime is wanting to end season 1s on a cliffhanger, because this also happened with Dawn to Dawn not too long ago, and Ranma 1/2. Ranma 1/2 also had a cliffhanger on season 1. Like, what the fuck? So, Agat's going after the rando, got turned into a werewolf. Riche is trying to go to the exit, and Kiefer, Coco, and Katia are in the golden zombie pit, and that's basically where it ends. And then back we can... How can we tease the fuck out of this in the tensest way possible? Yeah, they just decided like to cut that off. So I'm like, yeah, if a season 2 hadn't been confirmed already, it basically got confirmed there, because like you don't just fucking end your show like that. Okay, anyway, here's the spoiler things I was talking about with the ending. So in the ending, there's a shot where like there's like images flashing through this vase, and it wasn't until later that I realized, oh, these are all the arcs. So here are the floating islands from the first test where she had to get that flower. Here's the pocket dimension where they had that fought that dragon. Here's a desert, which I think is supposed to be like the sand bank that Coco fucked up by turning into sand. And then here's like the police ribbons when they captured her. And then I think this is supposed to be Tartar's arc where he made flowers. And then there's this one where you have a hand getting turned into a werewolf. And in retrospect, yeah, that's a pretty blatant spoiler for what fucking happens. And the last one is just the crystals from her mom. So that's why I'm like, that's how I figured out before it happened that the rando is gonna get turned into a werewolf. It was still creepy as fuck when it happened, don't get me wrong. But it was just very easy to see in retrospect. Which was very funny. I didn't notice at all, yeah. I noticed like the episode before it happened where I'm like, oh yeah, those are all the different arcs that happened. And I'm like, oh, something bad happens to somebody, and the only bad thing that could possibly happen to is not a character that we know and is going to appear again. But hey, I don't know, maybe they saved the rando, who knows? Oh my god, that took 4 hours. That took over 4 hours. Whew. I liked it a lot, and I'm glad that I was able to talk about it. I should have just started the stream like an hour earlier. I would still be late, but it would still be like late, but it wouldn't be as late. What is... Okay, I gotta stop getting distracted. What did you send me? Oh yeah, screenshot of Naruto. from when that guy got transformed into a monster. Yeah, this shot, and then I'm looking, relax. Yeah, this shot basically. Yeah, I can see they're similar. I want to say there's even more similars, but like instead of black and white, it's like red, where the Ninetales fox takes over. I remember back in the day, there was like, you could play as the Ninetales fox, but only like in the Japanese version of like the Naruto GameCube game, and in the Western release it got cut. Remember when they used to do that for Naruto? Why does it still say I have a DM? Okay, it went away. So we'll do it. We'll end it on this screeny. So, yeah, ending thoughts. Yeah, definitely, obviously going to watch season 2 when it comes out. I am fucking hooked. I love this show a lot. Like the season, and it doesn't help that it also helps that season 2 got announced the day after I said I was going to do the discussion. Like 2 weeks ago on Sunday, I said I was going to do the discussion, and then on like Monday, it got announced that they were doing a season 2. So that's funny. I will have my revenge. I don't know how to tell you about that. I don't know how to tell you this. I can ban you. So yeah, definitely we'll do season 2. I really like this show. I talked about how it's like really good, has a really good ebb and flow, where we have like some cool moment, where we have some like down low moments, and then we have like some high stakes moments, and then back down. Like it just like, it has a really good flow to it that makes it like really engaging, and it has really crazy plot twists like this that like actually impact the whole world and how we see the characters. Because like I hate plot twists that are like, oh my gosh, and then the first 5 minutes of the next episode it gets resolved. Series feelings and magic is very similar to the idea of drawing or just art in general. Yeah, where there's a way that you can do it, but also there's a practiced way that other people have studied that you can learn off of, but also you just kind of do it yourself. You can kind of free flow it, and I like it. I do definitely. It's not a coincidence that a lot of art is about the making of art. Yeah, I like all the characters. Keyfree, if it's not obvious, is definitely my favorite character so far. Not just because he's hot. You lost 1 sub. Okay, bye. Hold on. Okay, bye. There's also the idea of magic is only used by special people. Yeah, I like the classism. Keyfree's my favorite character so far. Not just because he's hot, but I like his 2 sides of like one side like wanting to take care of his students and one wanting to find out more about the brimmed hats. It makes for a very complex and interesting character. And also he's just objectively like really hot. Like I don't know how to tell you this. For the total score, I think I might give this a 9, like a light 9, just because like I really like everything about it. I like the characters, I like the world, I like the pacing, I like the different things that it tries to do, the different directions and ways that it pulls and twists the story. It's not afraid to take risks. I really like it. It's just one of those shows that does like a lot of things and absolutely effing nails every single one of them. Like it's really good. Now I will end it with 2 things. So yeah, I think I'll give Witch Hat a 9, which I do not give lightly. And also, in fear of this getting copyrighted, let's watch the trailer for season 2 that just came out like I don't know. I thought it just came out yesterday, but this is 9 days ago. So, and it's like a minute long, so we'll just watch it. And I haven't seen it yet, so we'll just watch it. Give me a minute. There it is. Okay. Oh no, they're gonna start off exactly where they left off. So what is the animation studio above the films? Oh my god, what the fuck? Is Coco going dark side? Is Coco going dark side? Is that gonna be the big plot twist? Ooh. Who dat? Who you? Are you Keyfree's dad? Are you Keyfree's dad? Who's that? Anyway. That was not that much of a trailer, but it did show off two things that might be interesting. Because I can definitely see that, where like, oh yeah, maybe the brimmed hats are like, hey, we're not evil, we're just trying to, you know, return the magic to the people, and, you know, we can help you return your mom to the way it was, you know, we can help you more than the actual witches can. So I can definitely see Coco going dark side and joining the brimmed hats. Especially it seems because everyone who isn't Keyfree hates her. So I can see the moment where like, oh, like the higher ups find out that Coco has used forbidden magic and accidentally used forbidden magic and turned her mom into stone, and they try to arrest her and she goes dark side. I could see it happening. Because again, normally I'd be like, no show would be willing to do that. But you know what? If any show would be willing to completely upend the entire plot and have the character just go dark side, like potentially permanently, it would definitely be this show. So I'm interested, and I have no idea who that character is. Maybe he's from the mobile game. But through Coco, we know that anyone can do magic, just like anyone can draw. They put the effort in, yeah. Oh, what we were talking about earlier, yeah. So, and I can see the Brim Caps having an argument on their side, where like, oh, you know, like, if it normally you would not be able to use magic if it wasn't for us and wasn't for Keyfree not wiping your memories. So, like, the reason that you can use magic is us to begin with. You know, I could definitely see an argument that would sway Coco. But anyway, yeah, going back to magic is like art, yeah. Everyone can be a cook. Anyway, that was Witch Hat Atelier. Witch Hat Atelier. Very good. I like it a lot. One of my new favorite shows. And I'm sure I will only grow to like it more over time. Anime is good. That's all I want to say. Anime is good. So, the only thing left is the next anime discussion, which will be in 2 weeks, assuming everything goes according to plan. I might delay it, I don't know. But if everything goes according to plan, it will be in 2 weeks. And it will be Toby Fox Undertale, no. I just need an image to size correctly. Okay. The next anime discussion, if I can find it, will be Demons of the Shadow Realm. We are still in spring 26 anime. I would have laughed my ass off if it was another anime that I'm watching. Piffed. I was thinking to do like a Yuri show or something, but I'm like, I just did 2 romance shows in a row. So, because I just did, because yeah, I know I did Don, but the last 2 discussions was Bloom Into You and Nakamura-kun, and those are 2 like romance animes, so I didn't want to do like 2 romance animes, 1 action anime, and then another romance anime, so that's 3 for... Listen, I promise, Tevin, I promise, after Demons of the Shadow Realm, I will find an anime that you do not give a fuck about to talk about. I promise, I'll find it. This is the last you get. But yeah, it is a 24 episode show, but currently the first 12 episodes are out. So that is what we will talk about. Episode 1 to 12. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom. Because I've been streaming for too long. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours without going to the bathroom, including the things I'm gonna cut out of the VOD. So I hope you all enjoy next anime discussion. No. I promise, after Demons of the Shadow Realm, I'll find something that you don't care about at all. Oh my god, my stomach. Okay, anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Also, Tevin, dub or sub? I'm assuming dub. You watch things in dub all the time, right? But yeah, the only thing I know about the show is that, yeah, okay, dub. I'll watch it dub then. The manga was made by the same girl who did Full Metal Alchemist, so very interested with that. I also saw a clip of this show that looked like some crazy horror movie shit, so it should be fun. We'll watch the dub. Sometimes I wish I was a dub hater, just so I didn't have to make this decision with every anime. Because every anime I watch, I'm like, sub or dub? And I wish I just hated subs. It would make my life a lot easier. But anyway, we'll watch Demon Shadow Realm. I'll watch it dub, but obviously I'll check the Japanese version to see if there's any interesting differences. I gotta go to the bathroom. I hope y'all enjoyed. Next stream will be Tuesday. We'll probably be Tuesday, and we'll probably be Undertale if it doesn't get delayed again. But that's all I have to say. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Support art, support artists. Oh fudge, I can't remember. My tummy hurts. Girl gotta piss. Support art, support artists, take care of yourself, be kind to others. Hope you all enjoy the stream. Have a good rest of your times. And until next time, stay fresh, cheese bags. Okay, going.